Are we live from the 515? Are we live? What's up, people? We're gonna do it again. Episode 231. We're a little earlier than normal, but it's still late. It's 8:30 here in Des Moines, Iowa. 8:30. Almost on the dot. We're always late and always great. We're early, but we're still late. I'm late to the early stream. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't have to. How are you doing? We're gonna wait for the nights to gather. Gather night after night. The nights we gather. Are you gathering? Are you gathering? Night after night. Join the nightclub, my membership club here on YouTube. Exclusive content, behind the scenes, all sorts of stuff. Now, how many of you watched last episode? We came up with something absolutely glorious. The Lord of the Streams. That's right. People were joking about how I kind of look like Legolas, right? Like a futuristic Legolas from Lord of the Rings, right? Right, and I get that totally with the hairstyle. And then the joke, somebody in the chat said, Lord of the Streams. And we've talked about Lord of the Strings before, but Lord of the Streams, oh man, what a brand that is. And then my buddy Kirk Burning, who made this sign for me that you see in every episode, made me the coolest piece of art, which is currently the thumbnail. May not remain the thumbnail, but the Lord of the Streams has returned. This is epic, man. And not only that, I realized something else. Not only is that awesome because of the Lord of the Rings, but my membership club is called the Nightclub, and I'm the king of the nightclub, right? The nights we gathered, united, are united? Join the Nightclub. Night after night we gather. Now anyways, I'm the king of the nightclub. And what do they call the king in a monarchy? The Lord. I realize, and that's insane, right? My Lord. My liege, the Lord of the Streams. Oh, yes. One heck of a brand idea. Oh, yeah. We're so cool. I don't remember who came up with that. Hopefully we'll figure it out. We can go look in the chat, the replay of the chat to find out. But it was very, one show to rule them all. Somebody just posted. That's funny. One stream to rule them all. That's so fun. There's so many puns there. You feel free to tell me all your puns. Well, we're going to wait for the people to show up. Oh, yeah. We're going to see. How are we doing? Let me make sure it sounds good. How's this? We're going to see. Okay, it sounded looking good. Yeah. Lord of the Streams. Hilarious, right? Amazing. Amazing. I love that. So we're going to get into it. We got to wait for the nights together. Uh-oh. There's some glitches. What's going on there? The Lord of the Streams. My liege, my lord. All right. All right, Colton. What's up, guys? We got Colton Hall, David Hopkinson, Damien. Yeah. Is it, what is it, third breakfast or whatever they say? Back at it again, yes. Here we are, guys. What is it, third breakfast or whatever it is? All right. We're going to start rocking out. We're going to see who shows up tonight. We're earlier than normal. Heck yeah. But we're on a mission. There's a reason. We're trying to get to 20,000 subscribers this week. Now, we can do it by next week, but we need a rally. Are you here to rally? Let's rally together. Let's get it done. Oh, yeah. Make sure this stuff's all connected. Now, I've got this beat I made right before the show, and we're going to get ready to go. Are you guys the Lord of the Streams? Legendary idea. I don't know who came up with it. We'll figure it out, though. Oh, yeah, David. Do you guys remember? Got to get that, like, we got to get merchandise. We got to, like, it is such a good idea, man. The Lord of the Strings. It's pretty good stuff. All right, guys. We're here earlier than normal, so we'll see how the show goes tonight. Should I get back into it? I'm going to start rocking out. I love you guys. We'll talk about it more. We'll see if the person who made that remembers. Does anybody remember who came up with the idea? The Lord of the Streams. Thank you, Kirk Burning. Really is epic. Oh, yeah. The Lord of the Strings. Like the Lord of the Rings. Oh, yeah. All right. Let's, we'll drop it. And we're going to see who shows up tonight. We are early, but it's still late at night. It's 8:30 here. Man. We're going to see who shows up tonight. We are early, but it's still late at night. It's 8:30 here. Man. We're going to see who shows up tonight. We are early, but it's still late at night. It's 8:30 here. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Let me check something. We're going to make sure everything's technically good to go. We're having a bit of a slow intro here. Everybody sounds good? Okay, sounds good. Making sure it's good. Are you good? How we doing? I may have to do something here. Let me try something. Are we gathering? Double tap the screen. Let's get some people in the room. All right. You guys ready? You guys ready for the show or what? Let's go! Let's go! The Lord of the Streams has returned. There is one stream to rule them all. You're here live from the 515. live streams from the Field of Dreams. Who was here for it? The Lord of the Strings. My lord, my liege. It is the best idea ever. Who knows who said that? I'll have to look it up in the chat, but the person that came up with that last stream is a legend because I feel like that's like a whole brand. We're going to change the game with that one. How's it looking and sounding? Super Cracker. Hey guys, how are we doing? The Lord of the Strings. Or wait, streams. Streams and strings, both. Lord of the Streams. My lord, my liege. Welcome, everybody. My knights. The knights we gather. The knights we gather. Join the nightclub. My membership club here on YouTube. Do it. All right. This is a new thing I just kind of made up right before the show. Kind of hard style music, right? Do you like hard style? Let's go. Oh yeah? How we doing? We got to try to get to 20,000, guys. Rally time. Are we going to get to 20,000 or what? Hopefully we can make it happen. Come, gather around. It's an early show. Crazy Frog. We can do Crazy Frog next. Seven Nation Army's a good one, too. Yes, I do Seven Nation Army. We can do that. We'll do Seven Nation Army. And then we'll do Crazy Frog. I don't do Dance Monkey, but that's a good one. That'd be a good one to learn, you know. Problem is, it's more about the hook from the singer with that one. But I mean, there's ways. How we doing, everybody? Crazy Frog Song. The Crazy Frog Song. Which ways? How we doing? Yeah, I'm back. I have a goal. A dream. We got to get to 20,000 subscribers. Can we make it happen? Are we going to get to 20,000 subs this week or what? I mean, we can do it by next week. I don't know. We got to keep on going and going and going. We'll turn on subs only mode here soon. We got to get people in. Nobody's used to me being here this early. All my people, they aren't even ready. Yeah, I love Van Halen. Van Halen's the best, and I can play Jump also. Rudy Rodriguez, you seem to be naming all the songs I know how to play that I'm not playing. I will. We can play Jump. Oh, you don't think I can play Jump? We'll do it next. This is something I made up right before the show, though. So let me draw this out. I made this bit up right before the show. This is a new song. It's the newest song in the whole world. The newest song in the whole world. Because I just made it up today, right now. So that would make it the newest song in the world. Welcome to the Lord of the Streams. I am Legolas. That's what we came up with last time. Last episode, it was epic. Does anyone know who came up with it? We'll figure it out. If we can't figure it out by just asking. Does anybody know? That was the best idea ever, but yikes, haven't played that in a second, so let me. Drop into what I was just doing. You guys wanted Seven Nation Army, Crazy Frog. What else was there? What else was there? What am I going to be for Halloween? What am I going to be for Halloween? We got some people here. How are we doing tonight, people? All right, there's all these requests. I'm going to finish this. I'll put a lead vocal over this. This is like a hardstyle type song-ish. You guys like hardstyle? I was just listening to some before the show, so let's go. Yes, I'm from Iowa. Play Eruption. Yes, I play Eruption all the time. We're going to put this thing into subs only mode after a few minutes. Mostly because, you know, to stop the trolls and also to stop the surface level questions that we don't need, you know? Man, my device is dying really quick. My phone. We seem to be drawing more power than normal. That's boy crazy. We're not going to make it very long with that one device. I guess we might have to switch over. You know, sometimes things get complicated. Oh, yeah. How many people were here when we discovered the idea of the name Lord of the Streams? Lord of the Streams. I am Legolas or something. I am the Lord of the Nights. It is awesome. It is awesome. All right, guys. We're on the climb to 20,000 subs. What do you guys know about that? All right, we'll keep moving. We're gonna keep moving. All right, we're probably gonna go into subs only mode now. Although there's not all that many people here. Double tap the screen. Let's keep it going. We have a goal tonight, so we just need people to subscribe and nobody else. So let's get it done. All right, I'm gonna wipe this. There was a Seven Nation Army and a lot of requests for stuff. We'll do Seven Nation Army, which is a pretty easy song, but I have a pretty metal version of that, you know. All right, well, let's keep on gathering around. All right, I'm going to start from scratch, wiping this. You guys know how this place works? Music and stories. Oh, yeah. We established that I am Legolas from the Lord of the Rings, a futuristic Legolas, and I'm the Lord of the Streams. That's glorious. Glorious brand. We're going to figure out who said that. Does anyone know who said that in the last episode? Last night. Somebody said it. Thank you, that person. It's a genius idea. It's beautiful. And then Kirk Burning, the creator of this sign, made me that cool logo. So that was awesome. Yeah, it's serious when I put on the goggles, for sure. Do you guys want the trolls in the chat? It does give us more engagement, and we'll probably get more views that way. But we don't have any. Where the goal is to get more subs. We got to get to 20,000 subs. Double tap the screen, people. Let's go. Pistol Pete, Legendary Rising. Mojo, hey, Mojo. People are just telling me like, dude, I'm not a DJ. They don't seem to understand. Okay, but that's why we get rid of them. We only need the subs. We need subs. We're going to 20,000 tonight. Well, we're not yet. Definitely not yet. I don't know what's going on right now. I don't know if there's a bad connection or something. How's everybody doing? Okay. Okay. Everything's made on the spot, guys. We got music and stories. Vote on the poll right now. We're walking deep into the woods. That's what we're doing. We walk deep into the woods. Deep into the dark, spooky woods. Now, the options in the poll right now. We've got 100 votes. That's a lot of votes. Wow. 100 votes. And we don't have 100 thumbs up. Why don't we have 100 thumbs up? What are you doing? Thumb up the video. Don't just vote. What's that? What's that garbage? What are you, a troll? Only trolls vote and then don't thumb up the video. That's ridiculous. Anyways, walk in the dark, spooky woods. We've got 13% say body paint, 15% say magic shoes, and 27% say fog. 46%, 45% are now saying electric orbs. We've done orbs on this show before. We're not going to refer to those, though. Just electric orbs. This is a runaway. That's a blowout. So we may end that poll here soon because that is a blowout for sure. Okay. Now, there was somebody, they requested Seven Nation Army, which is just a basic. All right. Watch. Drums, synthesizer, guitar, all looped live, then mixed and remixed on the spot. Everything's made on the spot. No backing tracks. Nothing here. Watch. Watch as I make them from scratch. We're subs only mode, so you won't see any negative people. But we may open it up to let some more numbers happen. It was even with fog when you voted. Well, that's what happens, right? Sleep Token is currently in Iowa right now performing. Sleep Token is currently performing in Des Moines right now for the person who's requesting Sleep Token. Isn't that kind of interesting? They're right down the road. All right. Seven Nation Army is just, we'll just start. Are you ready? Let's go. Let's take it to the moon, people. Where are all the people tonight? I don't know. I don't know. Is it the thumbnail? Should I change the thumbnail? Yeah. I'm not going to act like I don't know either way. I really don't listen to Sleep Token. I don't know. You requested it. I don't know any of their songs. I know nothing of Sleep Token. All I know is that everybody thinks of pop music that dresses metal. That's all I hear all the time. That's about the only thing I hear. They dress really metal and play pop music is what I've heard. But maybe I'm wrong because I don't really listen or pay attention to that. I don't know. Yeah, I don't really even listen to any new music, really. Well, unless it's recommended to me by YouTube Music. And then I just rock out to it. But I don't know. Whatever, dude. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's make everything on the spot. Drums, synthesizer, guitar, looped live, then mixed and remixed. Legendary Rising, Pistol Pete, Mojo. What's up, guys? We're hitting it early. Not the normal time frame. We're here early. We're going to be here for a long time. We're trying to get to 20,000 together. We got 19,100. We got about 200 subs or something, like 150 subs last episode. And we came up with the best thing ever. Somebody did. Does anyone know who did it? Figure out who came up with it. Who came up with Lord of the Streams? We need to figure it out because that was a legendary suggestion. Double tap the screen, guys. Let's get this thing to 100. Thumbs up right now. We got 100 votes on the poll. Get 100 thumbs up. Come on. All right. Seven Nation Army. What do you know? Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? Just do it for 5,000 hours. 5,000 hours of 7 nation army. 7 billion nations. 7 billion. Maybe. How we doing? I don't know. Somebody requested that. There's only so much you can do with it, you know? Well, that evolved pretty epically, right? We went from Seven Nation Army into that whole piece of. That was fun. That's what I'm talking about. How are we doing, people? How was that for you? I thought that felt good. It felt good to me. That is what this place is all about, man. The evolution of that from just hard electronic, like it was everywhere, man. That was awesome. Not to, I was in it, man. I was there. Were you there? How many of you were locked into that one? Feel like I was in it. It's a bit like the first episode where I shut my mouth and played for like an hour. It's probably a better world, but sometimes I don't always feel it. I gotta clip that one. Like that was just a huge soundscape evolution of stuff. And that's like one of my own pieces that's kind of inspired by the song Aerodynamics by Daft Punk, but I don't have a name for that really. That main riff with the arpeggiator. I don't know what I'd call that, but it's pretty gnarly, dude. Yeah. Is it called gnarly, dude? It could be. How we doing, everybody? Double tap the screen. We started super early. So let me talk to the chat a little bit. I might just play more music. I feel like I'm pretty locked in tonight. That was good stuff. I'm excited about that. Legend Day Rising says it was insane. Adam says good stuff. Thank you, Opie. Hello, Lord. Hi, guys. Thank you all. Glad you guys like that. Great show so far. Yeah, I would just end it there. But we can't end it there. We're here so early. We got a long ways to go. It's not even time where we'd normally start yet. Man, but the battery life on that phone is dying. I don't know what's up with that, man. I don't know if it's the power source or what that is. Should we open up the chat or just let the toxic people behind the wall? Because, I mean, honestly, we need subscribers, guys. We're trying to get to 20,000. Trying to change the game. How many have we gotten so far? I mean, we haven't, there hasn't been overly crazy numbers tonight yet. We're just getting started. All right, guys. Keep subscribing and thumbing up the video. We're trying to get to 20,000. All right. One show to rule them all is such a good one. That's such a good one. All right, I'm checking the chat. We're going to start over from scratch. Do you guys know how this place works? Everything's made on the spot. Wow, guys, we got 363 thumbs up. That's insane. You guys really like that. Thank you. That's an insane number of thumbs up for an hour. An hour and a half. That's insane. Absolutely amazing. All right, I'm trying to change some stuff around. All right, there's a story. You guys can vote on that. I'm not as worried about that right now. I really like the music we were in right there. That felt really good. No, for you, it's the weirdos in the chat that are still weird. Even though we have subs only, I am straight edge right now. Have been for a while. So now I'm not saying I'm going to stay this way forever, but right now,
I'm the most sober person in the world, other than
caffeine. This show's like the best. We don't need that stuff. This is the best show in the world. The Lord of the Streams. That's what we came up with last time. Does anybody know who came up with that? Remember, somebody came up with the last episode. It was awesome. I don't know who came up with it, but it was really good stuff. All right. I'm reading the chat. Sorry, guys. Keep thumbing it up. We're going to keep moving. I'm going to rock out. Trust me. Music and Stories, guys. There's a story. You guys voted it's a blowout. It was a blowout before, yeah. Electric orbs are what you guys are going with. We're gonna end that poll. And what are the electric orbs? Tell me right now. The electric balls. What are these electric orbs? Tell me right now. Tell me what you think that means. I'm trying to look something up. All right. Sorry. I know. Everybody, everywhere. How are we doing? We got a lot of thumbs up. If I don't yell and talk, it seems like we can work that thing better. Early night tonight. I'm gonna play more music and less talking probably. We'll just get into it. I'll just keep jamming. We went from Seven Nation Army into one of my own pieces of music, and a lot of times if I take suggestions from the chat, they don't know that, you know, my original pieces, some of stuff like that, they don't know the names of it or whatever, so there's no way for you to reference it, which is kind of a bummer, right? But that is the thing. All right. I'm just reading something here. People are looking through my old stuff. I've got these comments happening. All right, guys. I'm glad you like stuff. Well, I'm glad you like my new stuff and my old stuff. All right. How it works, guys. Everything's made on the spot. Drums, synthesizer, guitar. That was this extended piece where we just went from Seven Nation Army into a whole bunch of stuff, and it just evolved like crazy. It was pretty great. Well, I thought it was great. Did you think it was great? We're not going to talk too much. Not tonight. I'm just here. We're on a mission to get to 20,000, guys. I'm going to end that poll. We walk into the dark, spooky woods every time, guys. We got 407 votes. 10% said body paint. 12% say magic shoes. 38% say fog, and 40% say electrical orbs. We're going to end it right there with 410 votes. We got electric orbs. So, do these electric orbs just appear in the woods on the path? How does it happen, guys? Thanks, Legend A Rising. David Hopkins, what's up? I still have the glasses. They're over here. I'm just taking them off for a bit. I was wearing them that whole time. I built the goggles and guitar system. So if you're wondering, you're never going to... If you see this anywhere else, they copied me because I had to build this. So the light-up guitar and light-up goggle system is my own design, my own concept, and I built the whole setup. So, yeah. You won't see this anywhere else on Earth until somebody copies me, which I'm trying to look into getting it trademarked because it's just like a character or something. This is my thing, and nobody's doing it better. Nobody's doing it. Live from the 515, Des Moines, Iowa. Live streams from the Field of Dreams. Oh, yeah, the biggest show in Iowa. Nobody's even close. And, yeah, I'm trying to be the next biggest thing to come out of Iowa since Corey Taylor and Slipknot. And I think we're doing it. Every single episode. Yes, oh, yes. This is actually the slowest episode in a long time, but I think it's because I started early. I have no idea. Plus, we're in subs only mode. Should I open it up and let them have it? Are the mods here? Who do we got? We got Kaz in Sweater, Ohio. Did I play Hendrix already? I don't, I have my version of Hendrix. Last night I played that and it like the whole world left. So I guess we're not going to do that again. Yeah, you're pretty close, Mr. Mojo. Yeah, me in Hollywood. You can go look up the video Sparky Does Hollywood. It's pretty interesting. Yeah, it's like Tron, but Tron doesn't have light up guitar and goggles. I wouldn't be surprised if they copy me. You're going to see Disney and Guitar Hero and all these things that are coming out probably copy my image because we've been blowing it up so much. But that's the thing is I'm, doing pretty massive now, so people know. A 5-minute guitar solo, we already did. We just got done doing that. The whole thing, it was this really long, like 30-minute. No, it was like an hour long. I went for like an hour, so I'm taking a break for a second. I know, you probably did miss it. That's okay. Just be patient. You'll be okay. Trust me, you'll see tons of guitar if you stick around. But if you're not patient, you're not going to see anything. That's all I'm saying. You'll hear it. I'm going to get back into it. I'm just kind of... Should we open the chat up? Are this mods going to be good at their job tonight? Are you guys ready? T3. What does that mean? Terminator 3? You're just talking about Terminator as if this was in Terminator? I don't understand. It is subscribe only mode. That's what's fun. So yeah, you think we should make them subscribe? Okay. But the show doesn't get as big a numbers. Like we're not getting very many people here tonight as much. YouTube doesn't like when you do that as much because random people can't enjoy the show. So yeah, that wouldn't be surprised if they steal my guitar or my concepts. It's pretty sad. Guitar, there's a new Guitar Hero coming out. I'm the coolest thing. And that's why I got to trademark my light up goggles and guitar probably because I am a character, right? My goggles and guitar make me a character for sure. And we need to get that figured out. Let them in? I don't know. They're kind of losers, man. We let them. It is so fun to have a nice chat. I like reading them. You can't just do it fast. You have to file paperwork. Yeet. All right, we'll open it up a little bit. It'll just be a bunch of weirdos, though, but we'll get bigger numbers. The thing is, we need subscribers. We're not really desperate for views tonight. I'm more desperate for to get to 20,000 subs. Where are we at? We almost got 100. We got to move faster than that. We almost got 100 more subs tonight. Okay. We didn't get 10,000 views yet, though. Usually we're getting 10,000 views an hour. So I started earlier than normal. It's not like we're doing bad tonight. We're doing great. But, when you set it to subs only mode. Plus, I changed the thumbnail from what we normally do. I wonder if that affects it too. But okay, I'm going to take a drink of energy drink. And then we're going to move on. I know people are like, oh, he hasn't played music in a while. I did like a whole piece there. Most people would have stopped right now. You know what I mean? Most people would play an hour and a half and stop. So I played for an hour. I don't really want to argue with the chat. You know what I mean? That's part of the problem. You let them in, and then like nobody's arguing with me. It's like, good. We don't have any weirdos. Subscribe. Yeah, you can listen to all my music on YouTube Music. All of these shows are on YouTube Music and all of my clips. Everything's available as a podcast on YouTube Music. So you can look me up there. But as far as like going and posting to Spotify, I don't think I'm going to be doing that. I'm not sure I'm going to be doing that. That's the old model. The dead industry that no one succeeds in at all. I'm the future. Live streaming and destroying everyone by live streaming. All that stuff they trick you with, they say, pay money to put your music on Spotify. You got to pay $100 to do that. And then you make no money back. That's really good. That's a smart business model for musicians. Waste all your money putting it there. That makes sense. I'm the future. I'm one of the biggest music streamers in the world. And I don't know if that old model matters. The only reason to do that is to get your music in movies. Otherwise, I don't see any point. You can listen to it on YouTube Music. You can take all the music that I post and make dances to it. You can already do that. You can take the sound clip and clip it and dance to it. What's the point in that thing? It's dumb. It's dead. Same with touring or playing at venues and stuff. Like, nobody pays any money. And not that it's all about money, but I'm not going to lie, dude. I am like one of the first people in the history of music to do what I'm doing right now, which is going right to the people and succeeding massively with no record label, none of that, those lies. Digital downloads, nobody makes money off that, man. What's the point? It's an ego thing. Like, I don't know. What are you doing that for? Like, I don't know. I feel like you can get this on YouTube Music. YouTube Music's the best platform. And that's how I feel. I don't think those other things are helping the industry, the dead thing that was the industry. I actually think live streaming is the future of entertainment, period. People like iShowSpeed and Kai Cenat are carving these paths where more people watch this stuff than anything, and soon enough, here very soon, the people who are succeeding at streaming are going to start getting offers for hundreds of millions of dollars. Yeah, like the Joe Rogan deal. But here's the thing, more people watch the biggest streamers than watch anything else or listen to anything else. And I'm trying to be in that bubble with music, because when the bubble finally starts bursting, people like Paramount and HBO and all those other places are going to offer huge money to make exclusive deals with the live streamers. And they haven't done it yet. It hasn't happened yet, but it's about to, because if you go watch those people, some of them will have 700,000 people watching at a single time. And some of this stuff, like, they're going to start huge checks, because this is the future of entertainment. Streaming is bigger than everything. They just haven't been respected enough. No one's respected it as a concept yet. And I think they're, like I said, I mean, not to plug other streamers, but those streams that are now getting all the biggest celebrities in the world. Like Kai Cenat had LeBron James on his show today and had 700,000 people watching. There's going to be a moment where they give that guy hundreds of millions of dollars. You better believe it. It's about to happen. Now, whether it's like now or in the next couple of years, I'm trying to be in that bubble, because it really is a thing. They're going to go, oh man, we got to buy those people. And I want to be one of the people, and I want to show you guys that the future of entertainment is not what anyone thinks it is at all. Record labels are a lie. You have to pay them. They sign you and say, use our equipment. Yeah, it's $50,000 to make an album with our record label. And then you know what they do? Is that they expect your album to make them, they think your album is going to make them $50,000 or more, like $250,000 is a lot of it. but they don't push the album. They don't promote the album. They don't help your album. It just goes out into the streaming platforms and dies just like everything else. And then you know what happens is you get unsigned by them in 2 years or less, or a couple albums or less. And then they go, you owe us $200,000. And that's real. That's really how the industry is right now. You think a label might do something for you, and most of them are a scam that they end up going, oh, you owe us money because we let you use our equipment to make an album. That's what the industry has turned into. It's very weird and it's a lie, and I'm lucky to not need that right now being a streamer. It's really epic, dude. I'm trying to fight the old model. Everybody's like, why don't you want a record label, or why don't you want to like tour and stuff? And I'd love to tour, but as of right now, like venues and ticket sales don't make any sense. Ticket sales and venues and touring doesn't make sense. It's financially, you end up in debt if you go on the road. It's really sad. I have dreamt of music my whole life and being a pro. And the problem is the things that they tell you that they're teaching you or used to tell you is the industry are a scam now and a lie. And right now, streaming is a future that no one has ever seen or ever done. It has not existed till right now. So I'm happy to pave the way to a new future where hopefully some giant thing like Paramount or HBO is going to start buying these streams and going, we need the best entertainers. And they just give you huge deals. And I know that sounds crazy, but just that's what I think is going to happen. That's really what I think is going to happen. So just support this show and make me one of the people when the bubble bursts and all these contracts start getting signed. Because that's what I think is going to happen. And that's where the real money is not even in anything, not in any of that stuff. None of that. It's entertaining directly to the people by making your own show that is popular enough that a company wants to pay you to use it. Just like what happened to Joe Rogan's Spotify deal, right? But with streamers. And again, I'm not the biggest guy, right? There's iShowSpeed and Kai Cenat are getting all these celebrities currently. They're currently working with people like LeBron James and Mariah Carey and Kevin Hart and all these people, the biggest people on earth. And they're finally getting noticed by the most important people, which means it's a matter of time before the giant corporations go, oh man, we got to give these guys $100 million or more. And it'll happen here soon. And then when it happens, hopefully I'll be in a corner worth enough to be offered something also. Now, not that I really want to sell my soul to that, but you know, that's worth more than probably anything going on in music right now. I think that's the future of entertainment, if you want to hear me. And maybe I'm nuts, maybe, but I'm also doing numbers way bigger than most music people could even imagine. So, and yeah, you're just like, oh, there's only 130 people watching right now. Yeah, but each stream ends up with tens of thousands. You know, I'm averaging 30,000 to 40,000 views a night, which is bigger than most people's anything ever. So, as I said, the next couple of years, I'm hoping that I can grow and be a platform when you finally hear that one of those dudes gets a huge deal, then I'll be like standing there, hopefully right there as the music world, because the music world doesn't have a lot of huge live streamers. There's a lot of people trying and not trying hard enough or doing well enough. But there's a couple people that I know that are on the level of like what I'm doing right now that we're going to lead the way. And then we're going to show them that there's more money in streaming and entertaining people live on the internet than there is in anything else ever. And not everybody's going to be able to make it because it's a bubble and it's going to burst. And I think there's just a bunch of contracts that'll go out to the few that make it within the window. But if you're not in that window, you may not end up that way. But I want to be one of the ones in the window. And maybe I'm dumb. Or what if, how about in like 2 years from now, I prove you all what I'm saying and I manifest it. Speaking of orbs, what if I can manifest it and show you guys what it's all about? Come with me. We'll make it happen. We're going to show the world. Million billion? You have to work really, really hard. Paul wants to be my husband. I have a feeling Paul is not a beautiful lady. Are you Paulette? Turns out that's Paulette. Paul is a beautiful lady. Streaming isn't something new, though. Yes, what I'm saying is streaming has not been respected yet. At all. At all. It's just been a joke for years. Until now, where the biggest streamers in the world are finally getting the most famous people on earth on there, more than the late night shows or anything. Like I said, you know, IShowSpeed and Kai Cenat are now getting handed the entire earth right now. All the biggest guys are paying attention to them now and coming on their shows. That is new. Okay. And that means all these giant corporations are going to go, oh, wow, these people need to be taken seriously for the first time. That's what's going to happen new. Streaming is old. Yeah. Streaming's been around for 10 years. Yeah. It has not been respectable at all. Not worth any money. It's just a lot of video game guys that are not doing enough to make a company think that they should put them on their platform, right? Like HBO is not signing that. You know what I'm saying? But something, like I said, and I'm not going to keep plugging IShowSpeed's life or whatever, but there's people like him that are showing you that like streaming can be the biggest and best thing. And there's people like me who's showing you music can be awesome, because most people don't get the same numbers that I do when they stream anything, but I'm music and I'm doing it big, man. I mean, we've already got 10,000 views tonight, which is actually slow for me. I normally average 10,000 views an hour minimum. So one of the biggest music things in the world, and I want to get bigger and bigger and show them. And then, get signed. So, streaming has been around a long time, and it's never been really acknowledged. There's a couple people who got some big deals from Twitch and YouTube, but they're not even that big of deals, just a couple million. Nobody's gotten the Spotify Joe Rogan deals yet, and it's about to happen within the next couple years. Mark my words. It may not happen right now. It's going to be very soon. You're going to see these $100 million people. And I'm not saying that's what I'm going to get, but I don't have to get that to beat. Most musicians are poor, dude. Even the richest musicians. There's only like one rich person in the world, and it's Taylor Swift, and it's because she overcharged for all of her stuff. So if you want to be like that, go ahead. But, it's a small window. No, AI is ruining everything. Yes. And that's part of it, is the window. Yeah. There's a window where AI is going to take over all of entertainment. But I think a lot of my followers know that you can't replace me, dude. It'll be big and it'll be hard. Yeah, listen to the prophecy. Manifest it. Manifest the best. Maybe I'm nuts. I'm just saying. I think that music streaming has never been taken seriously. Never. There's no, streamers most streamers doing music don't make any money at all. Okay? Like, I don't really make any money unless people give me super chats. So I would still say we're not exactly crushing it until people like voluntarily hand me money, like street performing. I'm still just street performing on the internet. Hello, Shauna TV. Maybe I say too much. Hello, go away. Matthew Wizarick, Pink Floyd. Nah, I think we got enough people now. It was just not late enough. There's already enough trolls with the subscriber, so. Yeah, I wouldn't think it's fair to compare Speed and Kai to Joe Rogan either, because Joe got $100 million because every podcast he did had new and interesting conversations. And as I just said, Go look up Kai Cenat and iShowSpeed right now, what they've done this past year that they didn't do in the past. This year, they've had the most famous people on earth on their shows. Today, Kai Cenat had LeBron James on his show and had 700,000 people watching at once. And he had Kevin Hart and he had Mariah Carey. And iShowSpeed has been traveling the country meeting the most famous people on earth and having them on his show every single time. More people than Joe Rogan. Way more famous people than Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan only puts out one episode a day. These people are meeting them nonstop, blowing Joe Rogan's famous people out of the water right now. Right now. Yeah, that's why I'm saying right now. It's about to happen. It's crazy with that. That's my point. The most famous people in the world are finally going on people's streams and they're blowing. The entertainment value on iShowSpeed is way above Joe Rogan's. No offense to Joe. That's good thought experiments, but Joe is sitting in a room talking and these people are in the world doing crazy stuff with famous people like no one's ever done before. I'm just saying it's worth way more money than even that. And nobody signed their deals yet. That's the thing. So, I think Joe's got nothing on those shows at all. I think we're about to see some huge, huge things. Just mark my words. I think they could make $1 billion. If Taylor Swift is worth $1 billion, I think those shows are worth way more. For one person to entertain, they'll entertain 500,000 people at a single moment, dude, by themselves. By themselves. It's the biggest thing in entertainment. Man, there's definitely something going on with this device, though. My phone is not doing what it's supposed to. I don't know. It's not charging correctly. There must be something wrong with the charger here. Hold on. And that's the thing, guys, is everyone's going to doubt what I say, which is what's funny. I'm looking at the future. You guys are all you people would still probably say, bro, go sign to a record label. Bro, go do what already happened, because that's the only thing you know is what has already been shown to you. I'm trying to tell you the future. What hasn't happened before, because what hasn't happened is worth more money than what already has. Feel free to not listen to me, though. That's fine, because that's what I'm saying. Seeing the future and understanding that it's worth all the money in the world. And that's fine. I'll be the only guy. If you're a musician, do not stream at all. Don't. Yeah, I'm the only guy. I'm the only one who wants to do this. I don't care. Yeah, I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. That's fine. Also, good luck getting 10,000 views every hour during your live streams. Oh, wait. Dude, wait a minute. I don't know what's going on. That device is going to die. This is not good. Well, something's wrong with my setup right now, and that's weird. I don't know what to say about that. But we're going to keep moving now. Music time. Music time? It's crazy that even my subs only chat has like no, desperate musicians sign the contract. That's my point, guys. That old model of signing to a record label is because everybody's desperate, right? But nobody has the platform that I do. I go right to the people. You guys watch right now. I don't need a guy to oh, please venue, let me play your venue for no money. Can I play at your bar and you won't pay me any money? I'd love the exposure to 50 people in your bar. Or can I just go right on the internet and have 50,000 people watch me every night and get paid directly? That's what I'm doing. Why would I need to go to those people? Unless they're going to pay me money, I am beating them. I have more people watching me, and I'm winning. And the same thing goes with the record label. Who are you going to show me to that I am not already showing myself to? I have beaten the game here, guys. It's thanks to you guys and YouTube that I am beating the game. I stepped over all the walls. There's all these walls and gatekeepers in the industry, right? And the thing is, I'm finally doing well enough on this show to be like, what are you going to offer me that I am not doing better than you guys? That's the best part. Like, okay, you want me to come sit in your bar for 50 people? I like to perform for people, but if I'm not on the internet, dude, the whole world can see me. What's the point in the small bar in Des Moines? Like, I'll play a bar in Des Moines if I can stream from there. But like, ultimately, man, the numbers I'm pulling, this is the future. And the same thing would be said about a record label. Like, what are you you want me to, what is that? Why would I do that? What are you're going to get less views than I get every second? I am the one musician who's not desperate, dude. I love that. I know only a couple other people that stream that are probably in the same boat as me, where I'm like, you can't control me, man. I'm the first guy who's like, I don't need you, which is what Joe Rogan did and Tom Green did. Yeah, like they were like, why would I want to do any of that stuff? Like, we didn't need to go on public broadcasting. And it probably makes those people terribly mad. And unless they want to offer me huge money, I don't see any incentive of listening to any of that. So thank you, YouTube. That's beautiful, right? It's beautiful. It's beautiful to be carving a path where I don't need to be a slave to a thing yet. Now, I said if somebody offered me like a huge check, I would, happily put this stream somewhere for a huge check that would change my life. But otherwise, this is the way, guys. All that other stuff is dead. It's been dead for at least 10 years. It never made sense. It hasn't made sense in a long time. The old model that all the industry is telling you to do, the industry is dead. There's no industry, man. It was a lie. You can go volunteer to play at venues and lose money and all this stuff. And venues need to start paying people. That's the bottom line. And I am one of those people that's like, unless you're going to pay me and make a deal that's fair for both of us, I'm not going to perform anywhere. Because I am not desperate to go play for 50 to 200 people. Because my show's bigger than that. You know what I'm saying? And most people don't have that. Most don't. Bands don't. Musicians don't. Very lucky. Very excited. I work very hard for that. And I'm excited to see what that means in the future. Where it's like, no one controls me other than YouTube as a thing and the algorithm. But right now they've been favoring me, which means I'm going to lead a path that's never been led in the history of anything. And yes, there's other people streaming music. Of course they are. But they're just not doing it the way I do it and the level I'm doing it, man. The numbers. Not the actual presentation, but the numbers, man.
And with that, let's get 20,000
subs tonight. Let's get 20,000 subs. We're not going to get it tonight, but yeah, 50 to 200 people is a good crowd, except for they're not going to give you any money. The bar's going to make tons of money off selling alcohol and give you $0 of that. And they're going to barely give you any money from the door fee, and they're going to barely do anything. And you're just going to play to a local scene that unless you travel around, and the cost of traveling costs too much. So if you're playing to the same 50 to 200 people, you are not getting anywhere. I'm just saying, if somebody wants to make a real deal with me, I would do it. But as of right now, I'm just like, okay, I have a giant platform and I'm thankful for it. Yeah, play some music. I know, I've been talking now. I played a lot. Leader of the pack. Exactly. Yeah, maybe there's a Lambo somewhere. Yeah, the people seem to don't understand the future of entertainment. There's all these people saying what's happening right now. Yeah, I'm building a platform that's worth money right now. It's worth not worth a whole lot right now. The future is going to be epic when they start signing huge deals to people that stream and do big numbers. Mark my words, dude. I know. And you don't. That's the best part. Look at the people mad in the chat. Dude, I'm so glad to see that. I love to see that. Do you not understand? The people that doubt and don't see it, that's great. That's a good thing. You don't get it. It's so awesome to know that these people are wrong. You don't get it. It's like when Tom Green was at his house and he invented live streaming from his house he had Joe Rogan on his show, and they talked about how this is the future. And although they had no sponsors and made no money, they were way ahead of everyone. And they knew exactly what it was. And all these people were probably like, and all the broadcasters, public broadcasters were like, oh, just do the thing that we've already done. And they were like, dude, that's dead. And it's dead. Welcome to the future. As long as AI doesn't completely wreck everything, which it might. But there's a window. That's what I'm trying to jump in between. Right between the moment of AI, everybody watching AI live streaming, and the death of the industry, I'm trying to jump in that window. And it's this next 2 years. So come with me on the ride for the next 2 years, because that's where everything's going to be decided. It's really going to be awesome. And the only ones who are mad about it are musicians who don't have any platform, by the way. So the only ones in the chat who are mad and doubting it are people who aren't working hard or just mad that they don't have a platform. Okay? Or you could be excited and understand what I'm saying and be excited for me. And it's fine to do the old model of just like upload to Spotify and then you spend $100 to do that, and then you make 10 cents back for 1 million streams. You get 1 million streams, you make 10 cents back, and you spend $100 to CD Baby to have it uploaded, and you made 10 cents. That's a good business model. Makes a lot of sense, guys. Yeah. It's a scam, dude. Now, if you can get rotation, maybe, but the traction on Spotify and stuff is insane. And I'd say the same thing about YouTube, but YouTube's working for me.
So
if YouTube's going to work for me, all the people are finally showing up. I love it. It's because it's finally my time slot. I showed up too early. My time, literally nobody wants to see me at 8 p.m. They're like, bro, you're on too early. Go away. It's crazy, but that's fine. I love you guys. Double tap the screen. Let's get it up there. I'm going to play music now and stop talking. I played for like an hour of music. Now I talked for like an hour. Now we're going to go back in. I know. And maybe I sound salty or whatever. I'm not salty. I'm just telling you, dude, there's a future I see. And if you don't see it, I love that, because that just means that you're like I had somebody that's actually a famous musician on my Facebook say that nobody will sign. I pointed out that I'm like, dude, my numbers on my live stream are bigger than the biggest people signed to record labels. And they are. They really are, dude. And then he goes, nobody's going to sign anyone who does live streaming. It's never happened. He said that. I have that. He said that. No one is going to ever sign anyone who does live streaming. It's never happened. And then I was like, first off, one thing, people get signed all the time from videos on YouTube. Like somebody plays a song and it's good, they get signed. Okay, great. But what I love about that is, for one thing, that means that nobody's ever done it before. And that guy thinks the old model is the only way. And I laugh in the face of that, because they're just trained to just listen to what they teach you in some school or whatever. Like, here's the model of the music industry. It's like, dude, that was in the 80s. It's not the 1980s anymore, bro. You can't do that anymore. You have to do something different. But also, what he misunderstood is when I said my live stream numbers are bigger than people with huge record labels. What I meant by that is I don't need a record label and don't want one unless it's worth the most money ever or something. Okay? And that's the point he completely missed. But he was like, I've been signed to big record labels. And he was. He was signed to Atomic Records. Do you know what that is? And the best part and then he got kicked off. That's also what's funny. But here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. He missed the point. It was that I don't need any of that. And even if I did, I would be the first guy doing it. And it's funny that people so locked in the old industry can't even imagine what I'm doing here. I love that. Welcome to the future, guys, where people don't even believe that live streaming music has a chance, because that's how good we're doing here, guys. We're leading the path on a way that, no one even understands. Fascinating, fantastic, and amazing. And I got to have some old, guy from a record label be like, oh, here's the way it's been for 50 years. And I'd be like, yeah. And live streaming wasn't popular until right now. So you're dumb. And I don't care what you think. Boom.
Got him.
Tell me what you think the past is doing. That's fine. We're here right now. And everything that's happened before right now was not what's happening in the future. Because that stuff is dead. The old model died 10 years ago, dude. And they're still trying to shill it to you. Crazy, crazy world with that. This is my manifesto. I am the Lord of the streams. That's what they'd established last night. All right, now that there's some people here, does anyone know who came up with that? The Lord of the streams thing. Last night, somebody in the chat made that joke. And then Kirk Burning made an amazing piece of art for that. Because I look like a futuristic Lego lost, right? Right? So I'm the Lord of the streams. That's really fun, right? I know, I keep jumping into rants. You're not wrong, Joey. Hey, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I will get back into the music. I'm sorry. Yeah, pioneer like Howard Stern did with satellite radio. Yeah, that was a pioneer, but he also kind of sold out and kind of ruined his life in a way. Did anyone care about satellite radio? I feel like that didn't work out for anyone. And I'm not going to lie, dude. Joe Rogan signing to Spotify didn't work out for him, really. He got the check, but I didn't watch. I didn't listen to that. Did you? I waited for him to come back to YouTube where we could read the comments. All I want to do, that's what happened, but he got the money. My point is, it would do the same thing to me. If someone offered me a huge check, it would ruin the show, unless it's YouTube who gives me the check. But it would probably ruin the show, but I would get the money. And sometimes you need the bag. Like what Joe did, he got the bag, dude. No one gets a bag that big. He got the bag and then he came back. So he got super rich. No one gets handed a giant check ever. So he took the check, decided to dip out, got no views for a while, and then got back. That's what you do. That's the way. That's a good idea. But yeah, it'll hurt you. I don't think Howard Stern going to satellite helped anyone. I think that just killed his career. And maybe I'm wrong. It gave him a lot of money. I don't know. Did you buy Sirius XM? I don't know. I thought the only thing that was on Sirius XM was Howard Stern. There was nothing else there. I feel like, the rest of that was like these weird, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Again, maybe I'm wrong. Wasn't that really expensive though? I don't know. I'm not acting like, dude, Howard Stern's the man, right? What he did on terrestrial radio was epic as it gets. He was trying to stick it to the man while on the man's platform though, which is very, very impossible. I don't even know how that even happened, honestly. But he did stick it to the man by leaving. It's just, I don't know how many people watched him, but I bet his numbers were dead after that. I'm just ranting. You have him happy to have a platform. Turning into Howard Stern Radio. Welcome to Pirate Radio, where all I do is talk about how dead the music industry is, and this is the future. But I say it's a music stream, and dude, this is just a really heavy necklace. Yeah, this is just this is a heavy necklace that I wear. No, we play music. I played a lot of music earlier. We'll get back into it. I just like to say it, man, because I'm telling you, I'm also kind of being prophetic here, because like if you guys will hear me saying this, just wait for like 2 years. In like 2 years, what's going to happen to this place? I hope by next year big stuff happens, but I'm going to be a little more realistic. I think in 2 years from now, things I talk about are going to smash you in the face. So you should follow along, because I'm leading the revolution. And it also, though, AI may run over all of us, and that's a real thing. But I have a feeling that like real entertainment will never be run over by that garbage. That's why I'm going to stay real as it gets. I'm never going to sell. I'm a human being. And if it's garbage, it's garbage. And that stuff, you got to support me so that stuff doesn't happen. Thank you, Peyton. Live from Des Moines, Iowa, true rock and roll phenom. Peyton Stevens, thank you. Cause, David Hopkinson, thanks, guys. And with that being said, we have not made a whole lot of super chats tonight. So the rants don't make me money. I don't know. You guys need to fund this show so that we don't need to be a slave to those people. Stick it to the man, dude. All right. And I'm not saying whether you like Joe Rogan or not. That's not the point, right? I'm talking about his deal. I don't care about any of that necessarily. That's not what I'm saying. I am just talking about giant deals and monumental signings of things. Okay? Okay? Keep that in your mind. You have to acknowledge him as a monumental moment in podcasting and broadcasting history. You'd be lying if you didn't. You just would be, right? Just like Howard Stern, there's only like a handful of people who broke the game. Okay? It's like, you can hate him or whatever, and that's fine. But you definitely can't deny the impact. Like being kicked in the head too many times and having brain damage. All right. That's what happened to me. I'm going to take a drink, and then we're going to start doing some good stuff. Are you ready for that? Microplastics. Everybody, let's drink. Cheers to making no money and being a huge loser on the internet. Love you all. Drink your microplastics. So I think the study that we did tonight proved something already, is that the haters, if I leave the chat is currently subscriber only mode, and I have a feeling that if I leave it open, if I open the chat and let the toxic people in, it seems that I get more more super chats, because people like to stick it to the angry people. Because as of right now, we're really not getting any super chats, which is shocking compared to every stream for the past month. So, yeah. And right now we don't have a lot of trolls. So it seems the only way we get money is if we have a bunch of trolls that people can stick it to. That's the science happening right now. Sad world with that, huh? Very interesting. That's the study I'm doing. So if you want to disprove that, please give me some money. Otherwise, that's pretty dumb. But I just want subscribers right now, so I don't know. Be nice to get some super chats. Maybe I won't even play if you won't. The distiller's probably made out of plastic. Get a water distiller. Don't time out. David Hopkinson's a good guy. Cause, why are you timing people out? What are you doing here, buddy? What are you doing right here, man? You're eliminating people that are good stuff. David Hopkinson's a good guy. I guess you timed him out for 10 seconds. David Hopkinson's a great guy. Don't do that. David, sorry that happened. Curtis seems to be saying nice stuff, as far as I can tell, but maybe you saw something I didn't. That's okay. David Hopkinson's the best. Thank you, Ian Johnston. There we go. Haters equal views. That is true. But we're trying to get subscribers tonight and not views necessarily, right? We're trying to get to 20,000 subs. Those people are just angry. It doesn't help me. All right, I'm going to rock out now. Ranting makes me tired. Thanks so much for the $5, Ian Johnson. $5 from Ian Johnson. You're the best. Thank you. Thank you. All right. We'll give them a 5 minute. We're gonna go from 5 minute subs to 1 minute, which will allow the angry people to show up in a minute. So there you go. There'll be some angry people, but they still have to sub, which will help the show. Because what you don't get is you think that chats are what make the show go around, but you know what really makes the show go around is if people are subscribing to talk. That makes YouTube go crazy. So if you're angry and you want to subscribe just to talk garbage to me, remember you have to help me in order to hurt me, so it's funny. Yeah, and maybe we'll go into members only mode too. Because that was fun that one time we did it. I love my members. They're the best. And it's super funny when you force people to give me money to even talk. What if I did that right now? How many of you are actually members? Maybe that's what we should do, because if we're not going to get a lot of super chats, then maybe we should just force you to pay me. What would you do then, guys? Would you be sad? You shouldn't be, because that's the way I make money. I just did a huge rant about how streaming's worth money and is the future, but I am not making money right now. Realize that. I'm talking about a future where somebody gives me a big chunk of money because of how much entertainment I provide. But right now, I am basically just internet street performing, which has been going pretty well. I'm, just at the poverty-stricken level. We're nailing it as far as being poverty-stricken. It's great. But guess what? I'm a musician, and I'm still making more money than a musician makes. We're all poor. Yay. All right. back at it. Here we go. I'm just going to play drums, synthesizer, guitar. Everything's looped live and mixed and remixed. There was a poll about electric orbs. What are the electric orbs? As we walk deeper into the woods, dozens of electric orbs appear. Right in front of us, here's your options. There's electric orbs. You voted for electric orbs. Dozens of them appear in front of us, pulsing with electricity. What happens now? Do they begin swirling around us? Do you touch one of them? Do they start talking to us? Those are your options. Vote. I'm going to make music. The beat evolves as the beat and path in the story evolves. I'm not going to rant anymore. We can open up the chat. Subscribe, guys. What do you guys want to hear? What style? Somebody wanted to hear the Crazy Frog song earlier, but we've done that. We do that a lot. I feel like maybe. Thank you for the $5. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Oh, yeah. Who is that? Parabolic Curvature, Norin Rad. Norin Rad, thanks for the $5. $5, rockin' man. I put that money in your hand. When the money surely shows, then we go E-O-E-O. O-E-O-E-O-E-O.
Oh, put that money in my hand, little man. Yeah. What is this, Jay and Silent Bob?
It's more like Jay and Loud Bob. More like Jay and Loud Bob your head and get loud. Or something. Or something, man. Maybe. Maybe. What do you guys think? Just a garbage? All right. I got to plug this thing in. We're going to have to switch phones. I can't believe that. Something crazy is going on with that. We've only been here for 2 hours and that thing's dying. That's really bad. It might just be the charging cable or something, but not good. I might go ahead and switch it. I might go ahead and just switch it right now. Nice boots. See, I don't feel like we got more people watching than before. Kirk Burning's here. What's up, Kirk? Kirk Burning is the one. Did you guys see that piece of art Kirk made for the Lord of the Streams? Lord of the Streams. What a legend with that. Thank you, Kirk, for taking that joke that somebody made last stream. Because they were like, oh, you look like a futuristic Legolas. And I was like, Lord of the Strings. And somebody in the chat said Lord of the Streams. Who was that? Does anyone know the person that said Lord of the Streams? Because that's about to be my whole brand and my whole thing, dude. That is a great idea. Right? I look like a futuristic Legolas from Lord of the Rings, right? And Lord of the Streams is such a good idea. And Kirk followed through and made this thing. Does anyone know who said that? I'd love to give him credit. I don't know who Jeff Austin is. Yeah, feel free to go stream, dude. Yeah, Tone Ranger, stream today. You'll never get 14,000 views. Your stream will fail huge, loser. Guy thinks he can stream better than me. That person's a huge idiot. Let's go to their channel. Oh, you got 38 subscribers. Wow. Guys, Tone Ranger has 38 subscribers and 20,000 views on his video, his whole entire channel. You must be a legend, bro. Wow, what a genius. Oh, isn't that cute? I have 15,000 views right now. On this video you're watching. My video right now is bigger than your whole life, you stupid loser. Your whole music career is more insignificant than my dumbest live stream on a Tuesday night. Think about that. Tone Ranger, Keep making videos that no one watches, loser. You've been on here for 10 years and nobody likes you. Just remember that. Tone Ranger, more like stupid loser. Okay. Kirk, were you the one who made up Lord of the Streams? Who made up Lord of the Streams? There was a first person. I'm gonna go read the chat replay. I don't know who Jeff Austin is. Does anyone know who Jeff Austin is? Am I the one who should know? Should I know that? Dude, that guy's going to go live stream because of how bad I am. Dude, I'm the biggest live streamer everywhere. All the time. So you can be a hater, but that's because I don't care if you think your music's better than mine. You got 20,000 views in your entire music career. You're a loser, I hate to tell you. Your entire channel is less than my single Tuesday garbage night. A single Tuesday garbage night is bigger than your entire music career of 14 years of YouTube. How do you feel about that, Tone Ranger dummy? You must have the worst tone in the world. I'm a Tone Ranger, and I'm a total garbage loser. Yeah, Paul Gilbert's the best, for sure. Jeff Austin is death metal? Really? I would have guessed country music. Yeah, I don't want to do negativity. That's why we should just... probably put it back into subs only mode. It's not really getting us more views. It just brings in weirdos. No, I'm making fun of him for his views because he said he's better than me. Not making fun of him. He made fun of me first. Remember, if you want to talk crap about me and you're a loser, remember that. I will point it out. The only people who say negative stuff on other people's live streams are losers. Period. Because I've never once said negative stuff on anyone's shows about, or even on other people's videos. I don't even understand that. Because I've always been kind of comfortable with my own, like I understand because I make a lot of stuff, but you're, just time people out when you guys remember, time them out. It's the most annoying thing to live that way. Yeah, don't say mean stuff. Yeah, I don't have any reason. I don't understand why you would go comment. Here's the number one thing, guys. If you think you're going to be a musician on YouTube and you're going to say negative stuff in a chat on somebody else's YouTube, you will never succeed on YouTube. Especially now that the AI is insanely smart. You have your own YouTube channel that you care about art that you posted to, right? That guy made videos about him playing guitar for years and obviously cares about what he's doing, but is failing massively, right? And so he goes on my stream and says negative stuff. YouTube knows what you're doing with that, and that's why you're failing. Because how many other streams are you doing that to? Hundreds? They go, wow, this guy's a toxic loser. He's going to lose forever. Nobody, if you want to succeed on YouTube, do not say negative stuff to others. YouTube is very smart and will punish you. I can guarantee you there are no successful YouTube channels that just go around trolling people. Unless it's funny trolls, and that's different. And that is not what those people are. Thank you, Kirk, for the $10. Kirk Burning gave me the best piece of art earlier. Lord of the Streams. Yeah, we're not getting
more
views. We're just gonna put it into subs only mode. We're not gonna talk to these stupid people. I don't have any interest in that. Time to go back to where we were. Happy bubble time. All right, back to the bubble. You have to subscribe. We're trying to get to 20,000 views tonight. This is the best show in the world, biggest best show. You'll have to subscribe for at least 5 minutes to even talk to me. And there's a world where we maybe we go into members only mode and you have to pay me to talk to me. That's just how cool I am. I'm just that cool. You might have to pay me to talk to me. Imagine that. It's like Comic-Con up in here. We don't need those losers. Should we get back to Jump? I love Jump. And we're going to do that. And I bet you that guy that was being weird earlier doesn't know how to play Jump at all. And is just a stupid idiot. They call me Cupid. We can prove if you've been sub since the beginning. Let me look. I can prove how long you've been sub for, dude. Let me look. I'd love to see that. I'm going to go into it, guys. We're going to go into it. We're going to just see how long. This person says you've been here forever. Well, this appears to be your first time you've commented. You've been here since episode 231. Unless you just never said anything your entire time. You've been subbed since the beginning of tonight? Is that what you meant? Because, like, here, you want to see your history? Here you go. This is what you've done on my entire channel. You know, it's pretty easy to call out the people that are making stuff up. All right, the phone has got 12%. That is terrifying. What happened to that device that it is not charging is very suspicious and not good. It's very bad. That's not a good sign. We're going to have to switch devices here soon, like in the next few minutes, or that's going to die, and I hate that. Dude, the device was making it like 10 hours last time, so I don't know what that is. Drastically not good. I'm going to switch the power source first. We'll just go ahead and try something else. I know. That's what's funny, right? Basic 89. Some people think that music streaming, these people are dumb. Okay, guys, let me point out the most obvious thing in the world. I know I keep talking. If I only played music, what would be the point in streaming? Go watch pre-recorded stuff. Go watch the other streams that I've already done. You realize the talking is what makes it live and interactive. If you don't want to interact, go watch pre-recorded videos. You get what my point is? Like, yes, it's live music, but you know, if I don't talk to you, talking to you is what makes this a live show and a stream that's interactive. People that get mad and go, just play the whole time. I would argue the best part of this is that I talk to you. You can go watch 1,000 videos of me. I almost have 1,000 videos of me playing music. Go watch those. If you don't want me to talk to you, the best part of this is that I'm accessible and I can talk to you. Okay? So if you're mad about me talking to you, you've missed the entire point of this. Because yes, there's a lot of music, but there's also this accessibility, and I'm here for you and I can talk to you. It's interactive entertainment. It's an experience. If you want music that's just music, go listen to Spotify or go watch videos. Why are you watching live streams at all, really, right? I mean, I know you know, that's the best point, the only point. Remember that. If you're saying all I'm doing is talking to you, you're mad about that? What are you talking about, man? I have a million videos. Go watch those. This is live. Live. You can talk to me. It's really cool. That's the best part. If you don't want to talk to me, go watch last night's episode. You know what I'm saying? Fast forward to the parts you want to hear. This is real and I can talk to you. It's crazy to misunderstand that. To me, it just seems insane to misunderstand that. You know what I'm saying? Isn't that a good point? People with brains know. Yes, we want music, but if you only want music, you can go listen to other recordings. If you want music and me talking to you, we do both of that. Yeah, Kirk, they've been pooping while I've been winning. I know. I put it back into subs only mode, guys. I know, if you noticed. So these people have to be subbed, but thank you. Yeah, it's just so much better. We're trying to get to 20,000 subscribers, guys. So we just got to 19,200. Let's go. 19,202. Let's go. All right. Guys, we only need 800 more. We've already gotten 100 tonight. We got 150 last night. Let's try to get at least 250 tonight. You know, if we can get 250 every episode, it's only going to take a couple more. How cool would that be? We got to get at least, once we're at 19,250, it's like, man, if we could do 250 an episode, which is what we've been doing, let's try, but we're going to aim higher than that. Let's try to get up there, dude. Guys, tell everyone we're on a sub rally. We're trying to rally to 20,000 this week. I don't know why I'm trying to do that, because it would be guaranteed we'd get it by next week if I didn't make goals. We'd just get there next week by the pace that we go at. But I'd like to push the pace faster. Why shouldn't we do it this weekend? I'm going to grind all week to try to get to 20,000 by the end of the weekend. I don't know if it's possible. But again, we already got 100 subs tonight. So let's keep going. 19,203. Should we keep doing this remix of Jump, or were you guys done with that? Because I love Jump, and Van Halen's the best. I think we can move on. All right. Should we move on? Maybe. All right, we're going to get out of here. Well, not out of here. We're just going to keep moving. All right, I'm going to wipe it. We're going to start from scratch. Everything's made on the spot. Live looping, drums, synthesizer, guitar. All looped live, then mixed and remixed on the spot. Like nobody in the world. Like nobody in the industry. Let's do it. Live your dreams. Don't let them tell you what to do. We're going to wipe it. Watch. Psh, it's gone. You saw it wiped? Did you see me wipe it? It's gone. All right. Let's keep it growing and going. We could do another. All right, we'll do my, actually, my version of Ain't Talking About Love is pretty much just better a cappella, just straight instruments back and forth, honestly. It really is. We don't even need to, like, do the... Huh. Did the internet just cut out? Are you guys still here? Hold on. I mean, I was in the middle of a vibe, but do we lose you guys? Hello? Do we lose you guys? Okay, we're good. You like that? I know, I'm sad that I stopped, but wow, that was weird. My computer, that was crazy. Okay. Yeah, we were getting there, man. I had a vibe building, and it makes me sad that I had to stop because my computer literally did it. I guess I can't show you, but I think we are actually charging, though, by switching to the power source. I think we're actually gaining power now, so good. I think it was just that cable. So that's a positive thing, too. I might not have to switch devices, but I was worried it was... Okay, let's get back into it, though. We were getting the vibe going a bit. We'll do it just for a little bit longer, and then I'll switch back. We'll switch it up again. Thank you all for being here. Van Halen's the best. You know, I converted that over to piano from guitar, you know, because everybody plays it on guitar, right? But Okay. Ain't talking about love. No, no. All right.
Yeah, I just
Needed to switch the charger. That was good. That's working great. All right, everything's back in line. We're back and going good. All right. Led Zeppelin. I do a version of Led Zeppelin, but last time I tried to do it. Thank you. Thank you, Cosmic. Yeah, I could do some reggae stuff. UB40. Red, red wine. I don't know who that is. If you think I know who that is, I'll just guess Bob Marley or Bob Marley's son, right? Just making guesses. You just say reggae, so just guess. Is it Sublime or like, one of the Marleys? Man, I'm so glad that switching cables worked as far as keeping that thing charged, because that was not good. That had me worried that it was the device itself, which could happen also, because I leave it charging, like when I leave, I charge it. And then that's the problem with a lot of these, like my guitar unit. If you guys remember, I had to buy a new wireless guitar unit, which I've had the same one for like 5 years. So it's fine. But the batteries start wearing things if you leave them charging. Because they'll charge and then come back like a day later. And so I don't unplug them when they're done charging. And if you leave them on a charger, some of these things, it'll, ruin the battery life. Is there something ironic about playing a song called Ain't Talking About Love because I wasn't talking anymore? Instead of talking, I was playing. And they're always like, stop talking and play. And I was not talking and now I'm playing or something. I've got new in-ear monitor headphones that are now making my ears hurt. So there you go. When you mix up stuff, that's a bummer. I can't do that because I play for so long. My other ones were comfortable enough that it didn't hurt my ears, but we're finding out these aren't going to do that. They're going to hurt me. I can't believe those other ones wouldn't hurt me. That's also a bummer that it's that sensitive, but what you guys know, right? Like if you wear headphones for hours, dude, they hurt. And normally, like my other ones actually didn't hurt me, which is very rare. These hurt me though. That's too bad. I bought some new ones. They're not expensive. I don't buy a lot of expensive stuff a lot of times because everything breaks and is garbage and I can't replace expensive stuff. And all equipment is pretty much garbage other than like my synthesizer and guitar. And okay, some of this stuff is expensive, but stuff like headphones where they're like garbage, I don't know, man. You like that? I owned that? Nice. Good. I'm glad you thought so. I have better arrangements than that of that song, but I converted it from guitar into piano. That's the power of knowing the notes and knowing what you're doing, right? Gonna wipe it and we're gonna go. I love Van Halen the most, right? Van Halen is the best, and I probably should learn more Van Halen songs and do that with it, right? But I don't do all that many Van Halen songs, surprisingly. But it'd be really good to do that. I love to take iconic guitar riffs and play them on piano because that's what nobody's doing. Because all these people request guitar songs and all this stuff. And then if you're the one guy who's playing it like way radically different, that's the power of knowing the notes on guitar and piano though, All right. What's one we haven't done? Where's the poll at? Let's see here. There's electric orbs that appear in the woods. What are we voting on? We got 243 votes. 32% say they talk to us. 32% say you touch one of them. And 37% say they begin swirling around us. All right, that's pretty much overwhelming. 37%. The orbs are going to swirl around us. All right. That's interesting. We're going to end that poll. We're going to keep the story evolving. The beat evolves as the beaten path and the story evolves. So there you go. They're going to start swirling around us. Kirk Burning with another $10 says, Catchin Alaska member, 6 months. The Lord of the Streams. Oh, is that? Hold on. Let me look at fan funding. I don't know what that means. You've been a member of Catchin Alaska for 6 months? Do you smell what the rock is cooking? Yeah, and Van Halen is also hard to loop, right? Lance Hall is talking about the timing and stuff, and that's the thing. Yeah, there's a swing. Alex Van Halen definitely has a swing, and they have a swing and a style. And the biggest thing is I try to make looper versions of those, and that's a big problem, right? That's a big reason why we don't do a lot of it, because even look at what I did there, like jump and all this stuff. You can't how do you loop these songs and do them justice at all is always the problem around here. It's very much the problem. Ain't Talking About Love is good because you can just play the instrument back and forth and people are impressed by doing that because people don't do that. But like, you know, even Jump, it's like hard to time and how to make a loop. A looper version of these things is very hard to do. That's what it boils down to, right? Because they're not designed like that. And that's the biggest skill going on around here is like how to make a good loop version of something without it being annoyingly repetitive or, you know, taking too long. It's very hard. Looping is very hard to be good at. And then you have to be, it's very, very hard. People underestimate what that is. Thanks again, Kirk Burning. I don't really understand what you mean by your message with Catch an Alaska member 6 months. You're saying Catch in Alaska is the one who made up Lord of the Streams? Do a Tobacco Road mix like the Winter Brothers. I don't know what Tobacco Road is. I don't know what the Winter Brothers are. Tape dispenser. Oh, you did? Really? Catch in Alaska made that, huh? He didn't own up to it. That's crazy. I sent him that artwork you did, Kirk. Kirk made the best thing ever, dude. Go look at that. I made a joke about somebody sending me a Lord of the Strings image, and Kirk went up and made like the best AI looking thing ever, really. It looks like a movie poster. Thank you for that, Kirk. That is legendary stuff. You know, because they were like, oh, you're a futuristic Legolas from Lord of the Rings. And I'm like, yeah, I pretty much am. And I was like, Lord of the Strings. And then they're like, Lord of the Streams. Lord of the Streams is a legendary, like, business. Like, what are we talking about? Let's go make a bunch of stuff with that, right? And it's awesome. Like, and people could try to do that, but they don't look like me, right? I look like that. I love that. I just do this all the time, you know? And it is because my hair gets in my face. That's why I tie my hair back. Like, I can't imagine, you know, well, I can. I used to, you know, be like everyone else. I look a lot cooler with my hair down, but look at what it, like, my hair just gets in my face. I did my first few streams, my first like 25 or something. I probably didn't tie my hair back until I got sick of it because I look up. Well, it was mostly once I incorporated the goggles, right? And then the goggles, if I have my hair down, my hair would fall underneath my goggles and be half of my face. And it'd be under my hair, and it was impossible. It was so annoying. I just have my hair in my face, pinned to my face, and I'd look like an idiot. And if you're going to wear these goggles that are like wired up, you already kind of look dumb, right? But if your hair is going to look really dumb, there's no point in doing all this stuff if you look stupid. Same with just regular, without the goggles. Like, if your hair is in your face the whole time, you look pretty dumb. Like, honestly, like, and it's in your way and you can't really, like, I'm trying to play piano. Like, you can't, like, it literally physically ruins what you're doing. So just like what warriors did, the reason they tie their hair back is because this is the most functional way. Like, and you can function. So I'm surprised more rockers don't do it. Gene Simmons does this, right? So like Gene Simmons really was like one of the first and only people that did this with his hair where he tied it back. And like, yeah, that it's because it makes sense and it's like annoying to do that. Like, you know, everybody else has their hair in their face and you kind of just look like an idiot. I'm not going to lie. Like, you're just like a guy with like a, you know, hair in your face. You're just a big thing. It's pretty dumb. And if you're trying to, like, honestly, you have to look cool. Like, I know it seems dumb. Everybody, I know if you're a musician, that looking cool somehow takes away from your music, you think? But I will tell you, you'll never succeed at live streaming if you don't look cool. It's just a fact. I don't know what to tell you because I'm pretty darn good at this and I look ridiculous. And I'll tell you, the people that are also really good at it, I'm not going to plug their channels, but they dress up and look crazy just like me. Not like me, but they look crazy in their own ways. It's the internet. It's a performance in front of the biggest stage of all time. What people don't imagine, and they just think that they're sitting in their house. Well, if that's what you want to imagine, that's what you're doing. But what you also could look at it as, like I do, is that I'm about to go on the biggest stage in the world because everyone on earth is going to watch this. Everyone on earth could be watching. The biggest, most famous guy in the world could actually be watching right now. You could have the most famous person in the world might be watching right now. The coolest person you've ever heard of could watch you. But these people don't imagine that. I don't know what you're thinking, but like, it's also a recording that's going to exist. So like, why are you playing it like I don't even understand that. You're making a music video live and it's potentially going to be seen by everyone that's ever lived if you're good enough. So why are you not trying harder? I don't know. That's never made any sense to me. And yeah, I guess you're just so good at music that you don't need to do that. Maybe, but like, it's entertainment and you're not just a musician, you're an entertainer. And I will tell you guys, being a musician does not mean you're an entertainer. That is true. And playing music does not mean you're entertaining. That's the biggest point. You might be the greatest music ever. You might know everything about music and you're a horrible entertainer. And that's a fact because guess what? Music is not necessarily entertaining at all. There's entertaining music and then there's just music. And like somebody who's just going through technical ability and is so technically skilled is not entertaining necessarily. You know, there's a lot of channels where there's like the best classical piano of all time and it's still somehow not entertaining anyone. Yeah, it's crazy, but it's true. Like the world likes dumb, entertaining garbage way more than some like technical musical skill a lot of the time. And I know that's sad because that is kind of sad in a way, but it's not. Because somebody who has no connection to entertainment will never succeed ever. You can't just be boring music, bro. That doesn't work no matter what you're doing. Hate to tell you, but you know, all my friends in the South, when I lived in the South, who are way more talented than me, have no clue what it is to be an entertainer. And music is entertainment, not just music theory. You'll never succeed if your music's not entertaining. Ever. And there's a difference. And you might just think I'm a light up, totally like Christmas tree lit up idiot, and that's fine. But look at the scoreboard, bro. That's all I'm going to say all the time. Scoreboard, bro. Scoreboard, bro. And here's the thing. You don't even have to look at me. You can go listen to me and I sound great. Like I sound cool. You know, it's cool sounding. It's entertaining sound, right? It's not just, I don't know. You can't teach it. You certainly can't teach it, man. And if you don't understand what I'm saying, then you'll never understand it probably. And that's sad because I have friends that write way better songs than me, but they don't know how to entertain people. And their songs are not entertaining enough to entertain. There's that too. You get what I'm saying? Music is entertainment. And if your music is not entertainment, it is just pretentious, boring garbage. And no one will ever be entertained by it. It's a difference. It's the difference between enjoyment and boring people. I don't know. And visually on the internet, if you want people flipping through the live feed to like you, you better look cool, man. And then they're going to listen. But if you don't look cool, they're not going to listen. They're going to flip right by in 3 seconds. That is also a big part. Your vibe is everything to the internet. Vibe is all that matters. That's what me and Catch in Alaska talk about and understand more than anyone. Okay? Catch in Alaska, when you go there, you see Alaska. You instantly feel the vibe of this relaxing, beautiful, scenic thing. And when you come here, you feel this electro vibe, dude. You're, right? I'm a vibe like crazy. And no matter what you say, I got a vibe, dude. And it's a vibe. And a vibe is all people are looking for, dude. And if you don't have a vibe, I don't know what to tell you. And if you don't understand that, you got to watch other live streamers and understand their vibes. There's people that like get that they're like anime character, like they're cosplay anime people. Their music in the background matches their view, you know, and you instantly understand the vibe. Vibe. And this is a vibe like crazy. I'm the most cyberpunk vibe in the world. And sometimes I'm a loudmouth rockstar vibe. And sometimes I'm a shredding vibe. And sometimes I'm just going to make you cry for 5 hours. Are you crying right now? Are you crying? That's not what we're doing. Why are you crying? Just words of wisdom mixed with words of insanity. Let's see what people said about the entertainment thing. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not dumb, entertaining garbage. I just said that. The world would rather have dumb, entertaining garbage. That's my point. If you're overly pretentious like that guy I kicked out earlier, cool, dude. You're a master of acoustic guitar. And you sing your songs and you think your songs have more weight than me, but you're not entertaining. So you lose in every way possible because your pretentiousness is not a vibe and it's not entertaining. You get my point? People would rather watch Riff Raff than some guy with an acoustic guitar who's saying some deep thing most of the time. Most of the time. Yeah, I sure don't know the power of the 12 notes that the world is given. I know more than you. You will never understand how to do what I do. I have 20,000 views right now. What's the biggest thing you've ever done? The world feels my vibrations. My music, my everything resonates massively. You will never understand what I know about the 12 notes. And I know music theory, and I know the notes on guitar and piano. And most humans alive don't. And they don't know how to convert them back and forth. So if you don't think I'm a master of that idea and how to present it into people's brains, what do you think is happening here, person? Sandwich cut by the meat men. Thanks, Curtis, Chifo. Yeah, there's so many songs that were and are great. Yeah, I love old music. I love to take old music and futurize it, dude. That's what I do with AC/DC all the time. Maybe we should do some AC/DC and show them what it's about. I haven't done Dirty Deeds in a while. We have Dirty Deeds and TNT. Those are two. I have a ton of AC/DC. AC/DC is one of the bands that I have more I can play an entire night of AC/DC for 4 hours because it's so raw and the purest form of music, and like turning it into electronic synthesizer and doing what they would never do is the most fun thing in the world. I love to take old music and turn them into techno. It's fun. The best. MJK says, I don't look ridiculous. Really? I look ridiculous. I know I do. I'm a clown show for sure. And it's great. And so was Angus Young. Speaking of clown shows, he dressed in a schoolboy outfit and ran around like an insane person. And if you ever go watch Bon Scott in the early days, he literally dressed as a cross-dresser in women's clothes on stage. They were crazy and they were entertainment, but they also had musical substance there and sang about stuff that was fun. And again, music people either get that or they don't. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, you don't understand what I'm talking about. Entertainment is dumb for the most part. Yeah, and in the end, the scoreboard is the only thing that matters. Did people watch? Did people listen? Did they have fun? Do they watch? Do they subscribe? Do they follow? Do they share? Hey, Colton, what's up, buddy? It's good and it's not about the scoreboard. No, it is about the scoreboard. I hate to tell you. It's always about the scoreboard in the long run. No one's going to pay you. No one's going to listen to you. No one cares. If your scoreboard is 0, you get nowhere. The scoreboard goes up if people like it. That's a fact. I hate to tell you, but your scoreboard, it reflects exactly what you've done. It's a fact. I don't know what to tell you. You either make money, you either get people to buy tickets, you either get views, or you get followers. And if you have none of those things happening for you, you're doing everything wrong. And the most basic form that I've done hundreds of, probably maybe even thousands of times, hundreds of times, I've street performed. If you've never street performed music, then I encourage you to go do that, because that's the ultimate scoreboard ever. The internet is musical street performing just to everyone on earth. And I get money handed to me because of it, and I get subscribers, right? That's the scoreboard, okay? And the reality is, but street performing, which I've done hundreds and hundreds of times, is literally a scoreboard, and the most real scoreboard. It's not a venue having a gatekeeper who pretends to like you, right? You don't have some buddy who owns the venue who gives you money. Nope, because that's something I didn't win at. I didn't win at getting venues to book me. Okay, I had numbers on the internet and I had gatekeepers stop me from getting booked. Nope, but I did win at street performing because it's the ultimate test. If you can stand in front of random strangers and have them hand you money, that's the scoreboard, my friends. And if you've never done that, then you are not a real musician, actually. I will argue that. You are not real, bro. Now, if you're a piano player, it's a little harder to do something like that. But again, there's pianos around. You can bring a keyboard somewhere. I don't know. Go street perform if you want a real scoreboard. Because if you don't make any money, you lose. And that's facts. And that's the most fun thing. And I've done that more than most musicians. I've earned my stripes there. You want to talk about scoreboard? Because, yeah, you could say followers and subs and the internet's all garbage. Whatever, that's fine. Go for it. But standing on a street corner where there's only scoreboard is, Are the people around you giving you money? Or are they just calling you names and telling you to leave? Which they'll do that anyways if you're in America. Unfortunately, we don't like street performing enough. So you'll always have those like bigoted people. It's really pretty sad. But around the world, you know, you go to Australia or Europe or Canada even, where they like street performers, and then, you know, it's the ultimate scoreboard. So yeah, scoreboard does matter. It's real. You made $75. Kirk made $75 on the streets in New Orleans, first and last time I did. Yeah, I almost went to New Orleans. It's the only street performing scene in America that I didn't touch, but it's so drunk and weird, man. I'm not sure, you know? Like, although all the drunk scenes are the most fun, like the best money, I don't know if New Orleans is really the best scene anymore to be doing that. Even though it's one of the best, it's still like, people are toxic. No offense to like America or whatever, but they are really. I street performed a lot in like, you know, I don't know what we're going to talk about. The pandemic really made people angry, right? Why are people so angry after that? They really are, though. Colton, you're here. I see you. Music is only about you enjoying and being happy with it. That's fine if you don't want to live off of it. Yeah. And yeah, if you are happy, other people will probably be happy. But if no one's happy with what you create ever, yeah, you can keep making it. But I got to tell you, man, you're never going to be a professional that way. Being pro has nothing to do with being technically good at anything. Really, you know, look at the biggest artists in the world. They're the dumbest garbage ever. Yeah, New Orleans is pretty brutal. Yep. And I street performed in Vegas, and it was just brutal like you'd think. And I street performed in Savannah, Georgia, which I love. I had a lot of success there, but there are a lot of drunk people because they allow alcohol walking. You have to have alcohol. You have to have drunk people to have it work. So it's a mix of stuff, but the wrong kind of drunk people is just a bunch of bigoted weirdos, right? Because a lot of times people are not excited about acoustic guitar anymore, guys. They just kind of, but if you do it right, they will be. And again, I had a lot of success up in Salem, Massachusetts. Until like, honestly, the pandemic really ruined street performing really bad because there's a lot of angry people. They're still pretty angry, right? I don't know, you know, that makes me sad, but people kind of changed. And then I think they're not happy for you performing in their street corners. They're more like mad that they don't get to do that also, you know? And everybody started playing guitar during that time period. So now everybody thinks they're a musician, right? Everybody in 2020, when they were bored, started playing guitar and think that they're a guitar player now. It's pretty sad with that, but the best will stand above it, right? Because you can't just make a band and then 5 seconds and think you're going to win. Yeah, if you enjoy what you do, you don't need scoreboards. But if you want to make money and be a professional, there's one thing about just playing in your basement. That's fine. I've obviously did that to get good. But then there's look at what I'm doing right now. You're not going to entertain people with that mentality. Like, I'm talking to you right now, right? If I was just by myself, what if I was just like everybody says, stop talking and go play music? And it does work or whatever, right? I'm over here. But like you guys, if I was just doing my thing and ignoring you, that's not what it's about, right? If I'm over here just enjoying myself without you, then I'm not entertaining you guys. So Yeah, this is a recording right now, Ian Charland. Every bit of my music is on Spotify Music or YouTube Music, I mean. YouTube Music. All of these shows are a podcast. This is a podcast on YouTube Music right now. And this show, not only do we get millions of views, we're getting almost 1 million views a month as a podcast on YouTube Music. So this is a long form music podcast like nobody's doing. Nobody's doing that either, by the way. I don't ever really bring it up, but. And every one of my short videos of music shorts, those also appear on YouTube Music. So everything here is being recorded, professional sounding and looking directly into the thing. I have changed the game with that. You realize that, right? That's the thing. Everybody's like, go to a studio and produce a album. But I'm like, dude, this is pro as it gets. And it's live and it's real. And there's no faking it now. Everybody's fake. Everything's fake. AI makes albums. You put it on an album, I would question every album ever at this point, whether they're using AI or not. So like you can watch me making this, right? Hi, like every time I make something and put out a clip, you can go back and watch it. And I've literally streamlined the entire thing. I make hits all the time. You want to hear a banger that I wrote last night, dude, that I think is just so awesome? This song I think is awesome, dude. And here, we'll play it back. I saved it to my device. Now listen to this, dude. This is a good example of a hit song. And we'll just remix it right now. But here's some backing tracks. Like the samples were recorded live. And it's like it's a live hit song. And it's as high quality as anything I would make in a studio. For people would spend weeks making this. And okay, and I did it live. Listen to this. Not this. Oh, this isn't the one we did last night. Let me get that one's a good one too, though. Okay, here, this. So check this out.
People in their pride, always losing their minds, always looking at me, always saying it's a lie. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Losing their mind. Oh yeah. People in their pride, always losing their minds, always looking at me, always saying it's a lie. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Losing their mind. Oh yeah. People in their pride, always losing their minds, always looking at me, always saying it's a lie. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Losing their mind.
See? How catchy and cool is that? This sounds like every hit. I think this is a hit song. And I wrote that, improvised that last show.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Losing their mind. Oh yeah. People in their pride, always losing their minds, always looking at me, always saying it's a lie. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Losing their mind.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You see what I'm saying? Is that not like a hook, catchy, like million billion? That's worth a million billion, right? There you go. And there you go. What was that? How long did I mix that? I mixed that on the spot. But that was I recorded all of that, made that last episode right in front of you. So if you don't believe me, go look. But yeah, that's a thing. And then I saved it. And now I can go and this is recorded and I could clip that moment and you could take the sound of that and you could dance to it or do whatever because it's live on YouTube right here. And there's nothing I think that needs to be improved on that. Like, I'm not going to sit in a studio for 5,000 hours with some guy telling me to overthink it when music is being pumped out by AI instantaneously and making us all look stupid. I think that's the thing I was saying earlier. The industry's dead and everybody's pushing this stuff. Here's what I'm doing. I'm going to make bangers improvised instantly all the time. And everyone's going to tell me I need to go make an album when it's like, dude, AI makes albums instantly. I'm a live streamer of music like no one's ever done in the history of music. How about that? And it's a recording. We're recording right now, live, right directly to the internet. We're live on YouTube. Right. So, this thing's a banger and we drop it.
People in their pride, always losing their minds, always looking at me, always saying it's a lie. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Losing their mind. Oh yeah. People in their pride, always losing their minds, always looking at me, always saying it's a lie. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Losing their mind. Losing their mind. Oh yeah.
There you go. Right? It's a hook. It's sick. I love that. That honestly is like one of the coolest things I feel like I've ever written. And I wrote it and I didn't, and you know, that doesn't even include the guitar part that I made. I wonder if it's still here though. Let's see. No, it's not there. You know, and then there's the guitar. See, and you add guitar to it, right? So it's heavy.
People in their pride, always losing their minds, always looking at me, always saying it's a lie. Oh yeah. Lie, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Losing their mind. Oh yeah. People in their pride, always losing their minds, always looking at me, always saying it's a lie. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. In their pride.
Anyways, yeah. So that's a song I worked on last time that is pretty darn sick, honestly. I'm proud of that, right? It's heavy. It rocks. It kind of just reminds me, because somebody, you know what they said? They wanted me to play like POD. Somebody commented that under something on my YouTube, and then that's kind of where that inspiration for that came from. Is like, you know, it's like, you know, the song, you know, Head PE. Does anybody know Head PE? What is this song? I don't remember the name of the song. It's pretty basic stuff, but it's head, you know, Head PE is like a. Anyways, all right, we'll keep moving. Oh, yeah. All right, Curtis Chiefo, you go to sleep. I'm glad I started early, though. Oh, you liked the interview. Thank you, Kaz. It's all good, Curtis Chiefo. You're positive. Thank you for being here. I love that. And I'm glad I got to be in here a little earlier than normal. For some of you, I want to be early again. I'm going to keep going. I'll probably stream tomorrow, too, even though I'm like brutally beating myself. I want to get 20,000 by this weekend. Thank you. You like it. Thanks so much, guys. Thanks, guys. Brought to you by Carl's Jr. Yeah, brought to you by Carl's Jr. Yep. Welcome to Idiocracy. Why do you keep saying that? Because they pay me every time they do. It's a really good way to make money. What are you, an idiot? Brought to you by Carl's Jr. Dude, if Carl's Jr. would pay me to do that, I would love that. Somebody to give me a real sponsor that pays me a bunch of money so I can say that over and over again. I'm not even joking, dude, because that's part of the goal here is to be like a podcast that, you know, brought to you by Sheath Underwear. Do you want to separate your stuff? How does that company make any money, dude? I don't know. I'm not even lying, dude. They pay all these podcasts. Unless it's all just promo codes, but it feels like they're paying them and nobody's buying that. Does anyone really need that stuff separated? I'm not sure that's a thing people care about. Do you care about that? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm doing it wrong. Am I doing it wrong? I need at least like 3 different compartments in my underwear. I need like 3 to 4 different compartments. Like, I got to separate so many different things, dude. I need like different rooms and like I need like a full filing cabinet down there. No, that's my ex-girlfriend. What, do you got too many? You need to separate all your beef. Oh no, we're doing it again. Stop. It's family friendly show. Stop.
Rewind the stream, you've lost your mind. I need at least like 12 compartments in my underwear.
If my underwear doesn't have like 15 different compartments, I don't feel safe. Safety first, guys. Put on your super complicated underwear. Complicated as it gets. You need it more complicated. If your underwear is not complicated, are you even really living the dream? I want a full-blown chastity belt. Like, I want to make sure that you can't even get to my stuff. I want to protect my stuff by putting so many separations between you and my stuff that when I got to go to the bathroom, that I make sure that I can't. I do not even want to make it to the bathroom. I want a compartment to hold that as well. I want to be able to live in my underwear. I want a house and a car and a All right. What happened to the music show? Do you remember that? I don't know. Is this even a music show? It's a guy talking garbage. Talking garbage. Dude, you need leggings. Just put one in each pocket. That's right. Put your junk in each of your pockets like a normal person. That's what those little pockets in your pants are for. I never knew that, man. I've been doing it wrong. I'm glad to find out. Thank you. Oh no. Or we should get sponsored by ZipRecruiter. Do you guys own a huge multi-billion-dollar corporation that you need to hire people? Like the fact that that's on like a bunch of shows too, and it's like the show that talks about nothing, like as if all the people listening to that show would be hiring tons of people. Like, how do they make any money off those ads? They're like, yeah, ZipRecruiter. Are you a super rich corporate guy that's hiring people? I'm sure everyone listening to every show is that. All the people that have a bunch of time to listen to dumb comedy podcasts are certainly high-powered corporate people, right? Right? But I really would love to be sponsored by that. Please don't. Please come back. Please, no, don't leave. I lost the chance. Oh no, I didn't even have a chance. I'm mentioning them. Does that make me money? Buy a Ridge wallet now. Is your wallet too soft for you? Yeah, I know you need a harder wallet. I knew it. I know that your wallet was not hard enough. That's been a real problem in my life. I know that. I put those fragile things in my wallet. I need a harder wallet. Am I like costing my... Did you guys ever see William Montgomery's Ridge Wallet ad? It might be the greatest thing of all time. Oh no, what happened to this show? Okay. Okay, there's a poll. We're gonna get out of here pretty soon, guys. I've been here for 4 hours, which is awesome. Did anyone think that was funny, or was I just losing it? I need a harder wallet and more separation in my underwear. And that way I'll be a good podcaster. You can't be a good podcast if you don't have a bunch of separation in your underwear and a really rigid wallet. As well as a rigid, you got to buy blue chews and Ridge wallet and sheath underwear so that you have just so much going on in your pants. Most of this stuff is in your pants for some reason. You're going to have a real complicated pants situation by the end of the podcast. By the end of this podcast, your pants are going to be so complicated that your wallet's going to be hard, your other things are going to be hard, and you're going to be able to separate them out inside of your underwear like a filing cabinet. You're going to find out... Oh no. Oh no. This is a family-friendly show, okay? I want these companies to sponsor me. I'm not even gonna lie. So I don't know why I'm being like this. It's just, do you need liquid IV? Are you dehydrated? You could probably put it in your pants. That's one thing that's not in your pants that sponsors people. Liquid IV. Are you dehydrated? That's one sponsor that I actually really get. Trivium, $2. Dauntless PK with the $2 says, you know how to play any Trivium? Hashtag Ridge is sponsored. Not really. I like Trivium though. I used to listen to Trivium, dude. What is it? Entrance of Conflagration. I mean, I can do some. Let's do some thrash. We haven't done that tonight. Let's do it. You want a thrash, brah? You want some thrash, brah? We usually do Metallica stuff, but I'll do something. All right, wiped it. It's gone. Starting from scratch. I'm starting to get tired. We're going to end the show earlier. Normally, I'm like this guy that goes till 4 in the morning and stuff. But I started early. I would like to get a little bit of a normal sleep, maybe for the first time in a while. Mortal Grim says, hey, Sparky, I appreciate the music. Turning on the stream after work is always a good vibe. Yep. That whole last rant is insane. I'm a family-friendly show, and I want a bunch of sponsors, but that was all pretty funny, I thought. I thought that was a bunch of good points, right? Oh, man. It's all pretty true, right? They have fitted underwear. I have huge underwear. I had to separate all my things, dude. I had to separate my situation by buying sheath underwear. My situation was just too... No. My ex-girlfriend situation was too complicated. Do you have too much beef in your pants? It's okay. I like to eat beef, so it's fine. Just not sausage.
No, I don't want that. I don't want that. Leave me alone. Get that out of my face. Get your sausage away from me, you sick monster. I want your stupid sausage. You sicko. What are we doing here? Oh my god. How do we think my whole life? Oh, do I sound like a Sasquatch?
Speaking of Sasquatches, buy Squatch, Dr. Squatch soap. You and your wife share underwear. Well, that's either... I mean, there's ways to think about that, right? Like, if she's wearing boxers and stuff, then that's fine. But if you're wearing like you're wearing sheath underwear, correct? That's Victoria's Secret. I'm not going to lie. I'm getting tired and this is getting weird. And then every time it feels like when I start getting tired is when this stuff stops being so family friendly and then I get sad. Stop. I'm family friendly. I love you all. This is a music show. It's not supposed to be gross or weird. You're the gross one, not me. I'm not the gross one. I did not lose all these sponsors, did I? I never even had them to begin with. Please sponsor me, please. Please. Please.
Please sponsor my show, please. Please sponsor my show, please. I just want to be a pro podcaster, bro. I just want a pro podcaster, bro. I just want to be a professional, man. I want to be pro. Why are you hitting me? Please, I just want to be a pro sponsor. Don't, no, not like that. No. What a weirdo. What a weirdo. Oh, yeah, you weirdo.
All right. Should we get back to something a little sane? Maybe not. I have so many Ridge wallets, dude, that my pants are just bulletproof. Okay. We're going to do something thrashing. You guys said trivium. I can do some speed stuff. You know, just some thrasher, bro. You just want me to... Hold on. I'm just going to like improvise something that I think would sound like Trivium, which is basically just like Metallica in a different way, right? Or Avenged Sevenfold or anything that's just fast and, you know, riffy and stuff. Ken Riffy Jr. Thank you all for the super chats tonight, for all the memberships, for all the memories, and for all the love. This has been one heck of a weird ride tonight, but that's what this show's all about. 4 hours in. It didn't feel like 4 hours, I'm not going to lie. I mean, I'm tired now, but it really didn't feel like 4 hours. Normally, we'd be just getting started, but I'm going to get out of here soon. Probably. What's with the cords coming out the glasses? They're wired. They're a whole unit. You don't notice that this all lights up at the same time? The same colors? It is connected and strapped to my head so it doesn't fall off, because there's a wire system of wires with a big pack on my back, and it's part of why all of this is really heavy and why you won't see this anywhere in the world. So if you ever see anybody doing anything like this, it's because they had to copy me, because I had to invent and build this idea. Yeah. And it doesn't always work. See, the head of my guitar is buggy a little bit, but it's kind of cool. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Anyways, let's do some sped up. We're going to go like 140, 145, 144. Here we go. Drums, synthesizer, guitar, all looped live, then mixed and remixed on the spot. Hold on. Okay, we got to make a poll. I got to finish the story. So we're 25,000 views in. We're gonna finish the story too. So here we go. Here's your options as those electric orbs swirl around us in the woods, which is what you voted for. They're swirling. What happens? Do they take our souls like their lights, like the electricity in the orb are a bunch of souls and they swirl around us and take our souls? Do they liquefy us in the whirling of electricity? Do we turn into an orb ourselves? Or do we just become invisible and then they go away and we're now just invisible? Which would be pretty terrible. It'd be fun for a little bit, but probably, I don't know. You tell me if you want to do that. You could do that. This is going to be a weird episode. Here we go. But that's a fun outcome, maybe. It's better than some of the shows where we just end up like hanging out with a monster or something. But they got, it's always something different. Here we go. Entrance of conflagration. Not really. We're going to do it's just going to thrash, bro. Thrash, bro, thrash, bro, thrash, bro. Here we go. Drum, synthesizer, guitar. All created live. Looped live, then mixed and remixed. On the spot. No backing tracks, just smash fest. Let's go. I don't know. There you go. There's just some thrasher, electronic, whatever. I don't know. It's okay. It's different than anything I've played though. Like, I mean, it's pretty much, you know, Master of Puppets, but not in the same key and different. So. Oh, you like my dog? Princess Pooh is the princess of the woods. And I am the king, also known as the Lord of this kingdom, the Lord of the streams. My lord, my liege, the lord of the kingdom. Princess Pooh is the princess of the woods, the princess of this kingdom. And I am the king, the lord of the streams. Also known, some people call me the futuristic Legolas. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Are you knighted? Be Knighted, the nightclub, my exclusive membership program here on YouTube. Night after night we gather, the nights we gather are united, united as one. It's only $3 a month. You get all this exclusive stuff and you get to support this place. And this is the best place in the world. So you should support it, dog. But thank you. Yeah. Go look at the last post. Kirk Burning submitted last episode. We established that I'm the Lord of the Streams. Because it kind of looked like Legolas, right? Maybe. With my hair at least, whatever. Kirk made this really cool. Kirk Burning made this amazing little piece of art. And they made the joke last time that Lord of the Streams. All right. What'd you guys vote on with the poll? What's the story here? Nope. These new headphones are uncomfortable and going to hurt my ears after hours. That's too bad. Because you bruise your eardrums. It's really crazy, right? Here, yeah, I guess I could just show you guys what it looks like. Here. This is what he did. Look. Here, look. This is so epic, dude. Look at this thing. Man, my eardrums hurt. I hate that. Look at this. That's epic as crap, right? Really doesn't get more epic than that. Like, Kirk really nailed that. That's like a movie poster. It's really just awesome. You know, and I know it's like AI mixed stuff, but like it's hard to get a good AI like anything, all right, to do what you want. And that is so perfect. So good job, Kirk Burning, and everybody for that. That's amazing. And then it's funny because Lord of the Streams is funny in so many ways, right? Because it's Lord of the Rings and I look like Legolas, but also, you know, I'm the king of the woods and the king of the nights and my lord, my liege. It's kind of the best idea ever. So that's the future probably. And the future is definitely not these headphones that I'm wearing that hurt my ears. It's too bad too. Gonna have to go back to the old headsets because this hurts. All right, well, the vote's in. 106 votes on the poll in 20 minutes. That's pretty good stuff. The electric orbs are swirling around us out of nowhere. We were walking the woods and a bunch of orbs showed up out of nowhere, dozens of them, and started swirling around us out of nowhere. You guys are voting right now. Do they take our souls? That's what you guys say. 38% are saying the orbs are going to take our souls. Huh. 15%. Or wait, 18. What does that say? 18% say we become invisible from it. 18% say they liquefy us. 26% say they turn us into an orb. And 38% say they take our souls. But does that mean we die? Or does that just mean we become like zombies? All right, I'm going to let 38%. 107 votes, 38% say they take our souls. All right. Now, I'm going to let you guys vote on one more thing here. Man, I got to go to the bathroom too. So I'm going to go to the bathroom really quick because I got to pee, man. Hold up. I'll be right back. So many liquids, man. I'll be right back. Man, it's crazy though how you can't just use any headphones, dude. Like, my ears hurt now. You know, I've been able to do all those streams without having my ear hurt. So there's such a huge difference in headphones. But I wasn't aware of it because I apparently had the nicest ones for the longest time. I'll have to go buy another pair of those, hopefully. Hopefully I can. I don't even want to put these back in because it's like painful, you know? You ever wear like over the ear headphones and have them hurt your ears because you're like mixing and producing music too much? That's terrible, right? Because it's just a subtle pain. And the same thing can happen with in-ear monitors, which is happening right now. It's like I'm barely bruised. It's the worst feeling. It hurts. Okay. So you're saying they take our souls. Now, let's see what that means. All right, so the orbs swirl around us, and you say they take our souls. All right, does that mean now that we get possessed by demons, like they then take the shell of our bodies and replace them? Or does it mean that we are turned into zombies, soulless zombies? Or does it just mean we die? Let me know. And that's where we're going to end it. Yeah, that's a good segue into Raycon. Speaking of Raycon headphones, right? I love all the comedy podcasts, dude. So like I know all the references, right? Yeah, Raycon. Need some Raycons. Yeah, and it'd be nice if the Raycons actually work. But that's the thing is, dude, it's like a crapshoot on whether that's gonna. It's because of all the pockets. Yeah, I have too many pockets in my pants that I have to go to the bathroom a lot. If I had enough pockets in my pants, I would just use one of them to, I wouldn't have to leave. If we had enough compartments in our pants with all those shield compartments. Yeah, mass production Chinese crap. Yeah. Raycons, is that what you're saying? Or mine? The ones that I bought are real cheap. I went cheap. And you know what I'm worried about is I'd like to buy expensive ones, but then you find out they hurt your ears. And so you go spend $100 and then what do you do then, right? You're screwed because you used them. That's a crazy risk I'm not willing to take. Although they would sound good, if they end up not being comfortable, you just bought the most expensive waste of money ever. It's kind of crazy, right? Because I don't think you can send headphones back that go in your ear. Glad you like Sparky Stegosaurus. We got another Sparky in the chat. Sparky Stegosaurus. You become lunch, but live again each time I think of you. JBLs are the best. Yeah, JBL. And yeah, JBL is pretty much like one of the best, right? I'd love to YouTube. If you become a YouTube, I can't even remember what it is. I'm a YouTube. You become YouTube partnered when you're monetized, right? But then if you get to 10,000 subs, you become a YouTube affiliate, and then they have this huge library of stuff that you can get sent to you. So they'll send you products if you apply. I tried to get Bose headphones for free, but there's other things. Maybe I should try to get headphones from not Bose, like some lesser company. They'll probably still hurt my ears though. And they're not in-ear monitors. Like these are music in-ear monitors. They're different than just headphones. Couple Sparkies. There's a couple Sparkies hanging out at 1 a.m. It is 1:15 where I'm I've been here a while, almost 5 hours. I'll probably get out of here soon. We'll end that poll, and that last piece of music was fun. Nice thrasher thing, right? I thought it was fun. I thought we had a good night. I mean, we had some weird moments. Threw some fire, had to rant about streamers making money, maybe. Didn't make a lot of money on this episode off super chats, but that's the difference is I didn't let the chat be toxic. It seems to prove itself that if I let in all the trolls, people like to give money in their face in spite of the trolls. So, but I'm just sick of reading it, man. It makes me, I get triggered and I don't want to yell at the chat. Look at how nice it's been, right? Positive vibes. And we're trying to get subs. Like I'm more worried about getting subscribers than I am like anything else. And we're getting them. Very close poll right now. The orbs take our souls. Are we possessed by demons? Are we turned into soulless zombies? Or do we just die and fall as a husk with no soul? Looks like we're going to die. And that's the way it goes. Thank you for subscribing, guys. we got about 250 subs tonight. So yeah, we're almost there, guys. We only got to do, if we could go at this pace, it's only going to take 3 more episodes. Although it's brutal to stream every day, I wanted to do it by this weekend, right? And we can get about 250 subs an episode or so. So yeah. So in theory, we could do it in 3 more episodes. So if I come in tomorrow and Thursday and Friday or Saturday, whatever, there's a chance that by this weekend we could do it. There's no reason to do it by this weekend. There really is no real reason, because I could do it by next week. But I like to make little goals and achieve them. You know, that's how you achieve things. I wanted to do it by the 1st of October, but you know, that's now. It just happened. We're in the 1st of October. Okay. You guys almost done voting? We're probably going to get out of here. I'm like pretty tired. We almost got 30,000 views though. Maybe I should rock out for just a little longer. Yikes. It all starts hitting me. That's going to be the problem, is grinding all week. Maybe I shouldn't try to even get to the, I don't know. We're going to try. We're going to just see. All right, guys. I'm going to keep doing this one. You guys, somebody requested Trivium, so this is what we're doing. We'll keep doing it one more time because it is a fun riff. I made a cool riff, made this up, and and this is what we're doing. So this is the riff, right? Okay. Pretty rockin'. All right. Thank you, Sparky Stegosaurus. Thank you, Sparky. Says, good night, guys. Have to go to bed. It was fun, Sparky. Keep being awesome. Thank you. Lance Kid, what's up? Oh, yeah, shredding. Yeah, when are they going to make a lighter emoji? I know, right? They do fire, but... Your kid keeps reaching for the phone entertained by my hair. That's funny. All right. Thanks so much, guys. Nice comments. The chat is so nice, right? It's crazy how that is when you don't let in the trolls, but you don't win as much. It's a better life, though. I'm not going to lie. You don't get as many views, but you do have a nicer life. So it's a mix of stuff. All right, what's the poll at? We're about to finish this show pretty soon. Man, I can't stand these in-ear monitors. It's driving me nuts. And if I bruise my eardrum, it's going to screw me up all week, you know? Because I'm trying to win. And, like, you can't bruise your eardrum and be okay. And those goggles kind of push the eardrum, that's all part of the rig, man. People don't get is like my inner monitors get pushed against my ear from the goggles. So if you have the right in-ear monitor, you won't. But you have to have in-ear monitors so I can hear the metronome. Otherwise, I can't do any of this. It's all part of the game. Oh, yeah, it's the game, and I'm not playing. Yeah, I've changed a lot of the things you can say on this, of course. You can't stream at all if you don't block certain words, I would say. Or at least, you know, unless you don't want to read the chat. If you never read the chat, then you would never block anything. But I can tell you, you have to block certain words or you're just going to have a weird garbage chat forever. And no one wants to read a weird garbage chat all the time. I'm not going to lie. Like even the viewers, it gets old, certain words. So I've banned a lot of words to keep this bubble really fun. I've banned a lot of really annoying, stupid words that don't matter. Things like politics and some religious stuff and some just weird things that people say. You know, things that are not family-friendly things. There's... I've sterilized a lot of stuff. I mean, it's a pretty open chat, but if people start misusing certain stuff, I just ban it. I don't care. We don't need that. Like, oh boy, you know, you want to talk about certain political figures. It's like, dude, I don't care about politics at all. Go away with any of that. That's not what we're doing around here. So I banned all that stuff. Now, yeah, it triggers people and allows 8,000 comments, but I don't care about that. We're here to have fun, right? And that's not fun. All that does is make people mad. People rage bait by talking about certain things, and it's stupid. Religion and politics, that's dumb. Yeah, you're because all it does, everything ends up being about politics if you don't ban those things. Literally every single stream, every night, the whole time will be a fight about politics, and everyone will leave. Your chat will be having no fun. It's really stupid. So you have to ban that stuff. Yeah, I'm going to ban pronouns so that no one can talk. That'd be really smart. Yeah, and there you go. People think that that's a political statement by banning. You realize I banned the word Democrat and the word Republican and all the political figures on both sides. Stupid chat people. See how they got triggered already? They show up because they're stupid. I don't like either team, dum-dums, because they don't shut up. If you're biased, it's because you're an idiot. I have a whole song about it. If you are biased and think that everything is about, oh, you must be a Republican, you must be a Democrat. Nope. Nope. I have long hair. That doesn't make me anything. And I don't care about any of that. And if you do and you care too much, it's probably because you're dumb and you're brainwashed. Yeah, you banned my religion. I banned all religions. It all just is the same stuff. Yeah, I wish, DR Glow in the Dark Strings. Wouldn't that be awesome to be sponsored by them? And again, that's another example of the music industry's dead, man, because they don't sponsor people. Like, they might give you free stuff, but they used to pay people to use their stuff, right? No one's going to pay me to use anything. They probably won't even send me free strings. I love these strings, though. I wish they would. I wish they would send me strings, but you know what they do is they know that people want them, so they don't care. And all musicians are desperate, and so they don't sponsor anybody because everybody's so desperate. It's pretty sad. And it's also sad that people think I align with some politician garbage. Yeah, it's all a scam. Exactly, man. And the people that talk about political stuff, there's these people, maybe they're not even people, but I know there are real people that do this too, though, but it feels like it must just be like, that's where bots feel like they come in, right? They rage bait. What is wrong with people that like go into any situation and they bring up certain things to make everyone in the room mad at them? Because they want to fight about it. Like, you have a problem if that's who you are. If you're a person who goes in a room and says a thing about a thing just because you know you want to see who gets mad at you, you're a loser. Those people are the worst. That's like a lot of people do. And on the internet, I'm not sure if they're people or bots, but so I know real people that do it all the time, right? They post on Facebook. They're like, this will make someone mad. And you're like, yeah? And why do you want to fight with them? You can't win that argument. There is no winning in those arguments. Everybody loses. They just burn energy. It is a rage bait. You all waste all of your time yelling at each other about nothing. It's idiotic. People that go around, like they go into a room and they're like, oh yeah, I bet you this, or oh, what about this? And then they wait for everybody to fight them. And it's like, why are you picking fights with people? What's the point in your life? You have no point. Get a real life, dude. Politics are not real. That's not a real life. I'm not going to lie. Those people that do that have no life. Get a real life. Get a real life. Get a real job. People that tell me to get a haircut and get a real job, that's not a real job. That's not real life or a real job. Those are rage bait weirdos. Crazy with that. Like, let me go make a Facebook post that I know is going to trigger a bunch of people, and I'm going to, like, your team's not going to win whatever thing you think you're going to win. You have a team. You're weird. That's not how things should be. It shouldn't be that way. Brainwashed. Whatever shall I do, YouTube says, love your lives, bro. Keep on shredding and doing what you love. If I could make money doing something I truly loved, I would, bro. You inspire me. That's what I'm talking about. See, guys, that is the best. Yeah, guys, thank you all for the super chats and for funding this, right? Like, I'm not making a lot of money, guys. Like, some of you give me a lot of money. Now, that's amazing. Like, you guys work hard for your money, and the fact that some of you give me so much money is amazing. But again, like, no matter, I think you guys got to realize that I'm not getting rich. Like, I have bills, and my bills, I am very much poor when it comes to some of this. So, like, I'm winning compared to other musicians, right, that do music for a living, like, because if I don't have a lot of cost I don't know, but I'm winning more than most people who have to work a job that they slave at and don't ever get any passion. But then there's people that are slaving away to help me, so I love you for that. $7 Canada money. Mortal Grim says, before the night's end and we die from the orbs, here's the super chat, Sparky. $7. Thank you from Canada. Mortal Grim with the 7. Love that. A self-policing society. That would be burning people at the stake. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying two parties are broken. Can't everybody agree that a two-party system is idiotic garbage? Abraham Lincoln said it a long time ago, right? Like, what is it? Like, a house divided is a house that fails or something. Like, you just can't have two parties. It's weird. All it is a war. It's like it's rigged. It's like some other country made that up for us. Like, make it 5 parties and rename them. You have to get rid of the word Democrat and Republican completely so that the idea is gone, and then divide it up into separate ideas. Because I don't think everybody agrees fully with either of those sides. Like, I think people are a lot of times in the middle, right? Like, they don't, and you got to pick a side, but they are all so hardcore and weird. It's the worst problem ever. Two parties is a loser system. Stupid. I don't even know why it's happening. You have to change the names. You cannot have Democrats and Republicans, man. You have to literally get rid of that so that party, that idea is gone. And then you have to have like at least like 5 probably. It's pretty sad that we can't do that. Yep. Alexander Hamilton. A lot of the smartest people in history said it. Good for you, man. No, I'm not blasting jobs. Good. You guys, people need to do real stuff in society. Yeah. And I have done that. I've worked at cemeteries. I've worked at data centers. I programmed the amusement park ride here. That was the last real job I did. Programmed the underground at Adventureland, which, although is still a fun job, it was a job. And I know it's entertainment, so I'm not going to act like it was like, it was work though. And I do this, and I work really hard to entertain the people. So the reason, if I earn money, you have to realize I've done 231 episodes. Most of them are over 4 hours, up to 12 hours, and I did not earn money most of the time. So it took me like 100 episodes before I started earning money. 100 live streams at 4 hours before earning any money. Imagine doing that. 400 hours. 400 hours. Nope, most people would not put up with that. So watch the movie Jones Plantation. It explains our control system. That sounds good. Maybe I'll look into that. Cool, dude. Like that suggestion. Watch the movie Jones Plantation. Slaves Without Chains. Yeah, man, totally. That's totally real. Yeah. The 9 to 5 structure, and you only get 2 days off, and like we're supposed to be happy with that. When like a lot of people, like you do 3 days. They've been trying out 3-day weekends all over, and it's way better because it's more productive. You knew a guy who worked at IBM but became a pro Street Fighter player. That's crazy. That's really crazy. But then IBM is video games almost, right? In a way. Not exactly, but... Yeah, I'm earning money now because I didn't quit. That's right, Kirk. Kirk Burning gets it. I'm only earning money now because I didn't quit. You guys realize nobody was watching this show like a year ago when I started this thing on Facebook. It was like nobody was watching, man. I mean, people on Facebook would watch after the fact, and I'd get a few hundred views. But like, there's plenty of times where no one was watching. You have to work very hard and care. You have to have enough passion to work hard and have no one watch. Because the stuff I was saying earlier about scoreboard, I had zeros on my scoreboard for most of this show at the beginning. Go back and look. Go look at my first episodes of this that are on here. They still have no views. Okay? It's a humble beginning. I did this because I love music and doing this. And I believed in what I was doing. And then people started watching, and now it's like tangible. It's called living the dream, and you have to work very hard for it. I work very hard around here to try to live the dream, dude. And very few people get to live their dreams. But people don't work hard enough to try. And I work super hard, and now I'm in it a little bit, and I'm working hard, and I'm not going to stop working hard. Like, if I got $1 million, I would work really hard. Obviously, I'm nowhere near that, but the dream is to do that eventually. People like Kirk Burning are funding this place so that hopefully someday I get some real sponsors and real money, and I plan on having that happen. So, like, you guys are bridging the gap before it makes money. Somniac, Xavier Nadella. You met him playing Magic the Gathering in Australia. I love that. Nerd. We are the nerds around here, guys. I love that. Yeah, Lance Kidd, because Sparky's grind is like no other. Yeah, I grind harder than anyone on the internet, like playing music. I don't sit down. I play the whole time. I'm carving a path to show people that I feel like most musicians are lazy. Super lazy. They write one album and then they just sit around getting intoxicated forever. They write an album and then just be intoxicated. Like, look at what I do, dude. I perform 4 nights a week for 4 hours, at least 4 nights a week for 4 hours. Like, I'm working. Unlike most musicians who sit at home and go, why doesn't my career work? I posted one video the other day. I posted one video a month ago and nobody watched. Yup. That's not how the industry works anymore. It never has. And if you want to just make a song and get royalties forever, some people get that, but most don't. And that's not the way it works anymore. Some people will have that, but they're just lazy. Lazy and probably on, addicted to stuff. They certainly don't put in effort. Like, I know people way more talented than me that don't do anything. They're like, I'm going to write one album a year and never do anything the rest of the time. You write one album a year? I write a bunch of albums a freaking night. I improvise music. I'll make an album a single day. Like, people are not trying enough. Like, the modern music world, you better work harder than you are because musicians are lazy, bro. And some of the ones that aren't, like, they tour. I'm not touring. I would tour, but there's no money in it. I wish I could tour and work hard touring, but you don't. And even then, those people sit around drinking all day waiting for their show. Gary C. Bro, your work speaks for itself. May not be where you want it to be, but you will get there, bro. Never let anyone outwork you, bro. Thanks. Gary C. with a $5 super chat. And Gary C. is a huge supporter and believes in this. Yeah, man, thank you. Dingling Masterpiece Theater sent 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, Dingling Masterpiece Theater. Join the nightclub, united. The Lord of the Streams. Like a king of the kingdom, I am the Lord, your majesty, the Lord of the Streams. Right? Like a king, you call me the Lord of the Streams. It's so funny. I love that idea. I'm like Legolas, the Lord of the Streams. The nights we gather. The nightclub. I want to go on tour eventually, guys. Darn it, man. Yeah. Why do they gift the wrong people? I always hate when that happens. Why do they do that? But then I get why they don't let you gift specific people, because then they'd just be gifting, people would be giving trolls it and making it weird. But why do they do that? I don't know. Gary C., I won't ever let people outwork me, man. We're here to win. Welcome, Mojo, to the nightclub. Some of those people, I don't know. Money in music comes from arena shows. That's about it. MP Reagan. I actually disagree. I think a lot of those people, I mean, yes, there's the top people, but think about that. Like, I think it's more of an ego stroke. Like, you're going to bring a crew of 30 to 100 people, this giant rig, and do all this stuff. That stuff used to work in the 80s. But the thing is, the overhead on doing that, like, how can they possibly afford an entire road crew with traveling in a bus? The cost of bus travel, the cost of hauling that and setting it up. I don't think those people win that much. I don't think anybody's winning. I think it's like a huge ego stroke. Like, when you get real big, you go on tour and do this huge light show and stuff, but you don't really win. You're doing it because you just want to show off. Like, most of those people, I don't think are making that much money. Like, because obviously the dream would be to go out with a huge laser light show, have a crew set it up and dominate. But most of those people, like, dude, just housing those people and travel, I'm not sure it's all winning, man. I think it's just bigger breaking even or barely making any money. Like, you do it because it's fun. So, like, if you can break even doing that, it's fun. And that's a fun lifestyle. But I think a lot of those people are not making it. You know who does make money? Someone like Taylor Swift, who charges $1,000 a ticket and scams everybody. That's it. Like, I feel like otherwise it's like most musicians are just doing it because they have a huge ego. But I don't know if they do make money, and I'm not going to act like I understand that, because obviously I dream of a world where I go on a huge tour, but it's like, there's no way, man, like that actually is really making any sense. How is that possible? You know, even if you sell out an arena, the amount of equipment you need and all this stuff, it's just like, doesn't make sense. Nothing makes any sense. Like I said, the industry's so broken that I feel like this is making sense. More than that, this is a futuristic attempt at music. And maybe they do make money, but like, dude, they're now charging $500 a ticket. That's disgusting. It's probably not even the right way to act. It's weird. And I'm not acting like I know anything about those levels of stuff, but I will tell you, certain bands like talk about that they don't make money, okay? They go on tour with their huge light show. Like, here's an example. Perfect example. Herman Lee of Dragon Force. I was watching one of his live streams on TikTok. He was talking about this. Dragon Force goes on tour with a huge show. They have a huge show. And he even said they break even, man, because they want to do a huge show. And so if you go out there with this giant light show that you have to have a huge crew for, you end up making no money because you're paying a bunch of guys to set it up and control it. And all this equipment breaks and all this stuff. And then you have all your band members. How can you possibly afford 30 to 100 people doing something like you can't. It does just can't. But he actually said that. That's a real thing. And that was the time. I mean, I've heard other people say it, but he was saying it on his stream. I was like, they tour because it's fun and they tour around the world. But dude, you can't travel around the world. Travel costs too much. And hotels and staying and all this stuff. It's kind of sad. It's sad. It's very sad. I wish we could do 80s metal, Iron Maiden, giant shows, you know. And there are people at the tippy top that make money, but again, they're gouging prices. And if you guys didn't hear, they're suing. They're finally suing Live Nation. Yeah, they're forcing Live Nation. They're forcing Live Nation because they're saying Live Nation purposefully sold all their tickets out, and then they would scalp it to their second dealers and sell them. And so the entire thing's been a scam from the top down for ticket sales, gouging everyone in the audience, not giving the money to the musicians or the crew or anything. It's all a scam. It sucks. I wish it wasn't. Dragon Force should play planetariums. What? Yeah, and the money still goes to the ticket seller people. Like, you got to imagine dividing that money up. You know, it just doesn't matter. The only ones who make money are people like Taylor Swift, who charge $1,000 and just completely rip everybody off in the most ugly way ever. Yeah, this is better than that. How big of a venue do you have to sell it to make money? I don't think that's how it works, man. I think it's about how big is your show. If you show up with no equipment, you'll make money. But if you do what the 80s metal bands do and have done, and you do what you want to do, right? The dream. Because once you get to 10,000 people, you're like, dude, now let's get a giant show. And then you bring a giant show. Now you've lost all your money because you need a crew. I think it's just the same problem scaled up. You can have 10,000 people there, but now you have way more people involved. I don't think it works. I don't think any of that works. I literally, like Dragon Force said, they don't. It's not that. It's that if you go places with a small show, like you could play for 10,000 people with no lights and lasers and stuff, and you'll make money, but they'll be disappointed. You know, the audience will be mad at you because they're like, oh, you don't do this huge show. That's the way you make money, you don't need a huge crew. But then you have a lame show and nobody wants to see you. And all those people use backing tracks anyways, right? Nobody plays real music, so they just push play and run around on stage without actually playing anything. And if you don't have giant lights and lasers and giant TV screens, then what are you really doing? And it doesn't make any sense. And it's not me saying that. I've studied others because I want to go. I would love to do that. But as of right now, no matter what level you're on, whether it's bars or it's a couple hundred people to 1,000 to 10,000, none of the models are making any sense no matter who it is, no matter what level you're on. The biggest bands are not doing that well right now. Believe it or not, there's the tippy top people. Like, Metallica and Taylor Swift and Coldplay. And then that's it. The rest of these guys, you want to put on a good show, you lose money. Go look up interviews like Baby No Money. He talks about this. You're touring for your ego and for fun. And Dragon Force said it. Herman Lee just said it. These are things I studied recently that are saying that. They're touring right now and it's fun. But realistically, you're not really making money. You're doing it because you think it's fun. And it would be fun to be a rock star, pretending you're a rock star. That's all it is. It's not what it used to be. Yeah. Who cares? I don't care. I want to tour, but my tour right now, unless I get like some big thing, I'm not going to make any money, and then I couldn't do the streams as easily. I don't know what it is, man. I'm just saying the formula's dead. No, I'm not saying metal's dead. Dude, you can go see huge shows. They just aren't really making money. You know, Slipknot's out there crushing it, and Iron Maiden's crushing it. All the people you love crush it. Metallica's the best, right? Metallica's crushing it. And Metallica might make money, but they're certainly not making the money. Their show is so huge that think of the amount of crew and equipment. Like Rammstein has the best show ever, right? But the actual money made by everybody. No, music's not making money for anyone, dude. No matter what you do. Sponsorships would be a way, maybe, but nobody's sponsoring bands. Like, that's the thing why this is an outlet, guys, because this is kind of a podcast. Musicians don't get a yell like brought to you by Sheath Underwear. You see what I'm saying? I have an outlet like that. I've made a podcast. Most bands don't have a way to get real sponsors to talk about, right? You don't see like Slipknot being like brought to you by Prime Energy or whatever, right? But you see podcasts doing it, and I am more of a podcast, but I'm also music, so I feel like there's an outlet here where we could get sponsors and talk about them, and we could get the sponsors to believe in music because it's a podcast. But I've yet to prove that formula because sponsors don't want to sponsor music, right? I can say I'm a podcast, but I'm still music. And that's the problem, is that sponsors don't want to sponsor music. Like, you're not, you know, I've got to convince them, like Monster or whatever companies, that music is just like a podcast. And nobody's done that yet that I know of. No one in the music industry has really sponsored getting paid. Yeah, endorsements, and they don't pay. They hand you free equipment. It's still volunteer garbage. Like, they're like, oh, hey, man, we'd like you to use our basses. We'll give you free basses. And they go, yep. That's pretty much all it is. They're like, we'll provide you with instruments or music equipment. Yeah, and he's endorsed by Ernie Ball. And he gets free strings. That's what it is. It's stupid. At this point, I would almost like, it'd be nice to have free strings. That covers part of your cost. Strings cost money, so it makes sense. That is earning you money in a way, right? You need a guitar, so you're earning money by not having to pay for it. No, I don't believe you at all. He's not getting paid by those people. No one's getting paid by string companies. Ernie Ball is not paying your friend. And if he tells you that, he's lying. Ernie Ball doesn't need your friend. Ernie Ball has every musician on the world wants Ernie Ball already. They don't need your guy. Unless he's like James Hetfield or something, or Buckethead, you're not getting paid. It just is not real. Yeah, my buddy's getting paid by Ernie Ball. Not at all, dude. Never in a million years. They'll give you free strings, dude. They're not going to pay you. They don't care. They don't need you. Ernie Ball sells itself. And the people that will make money, maybe, are the top guys. So if you're talking about, like, yeah, like I said, oh, is your buddy Yngwie Malmsteen or Buckethead or that, then maybe. That's about it. The rest of it, like, nobody cares. Modern music, like, everybody's garbage. Like, modern music does not respect any players because everybody's throwaway. Like, yeah, there'll be another one of you. Throw them away. With that being said, I've ranted about garbage enough. It's, I'm salty that I don't get paid by like the old traditional ways, right? the lie that I was fed my whole life of, dude, you just got to make an album. You got to form a band, make an album, get signed, go on tour. Touring doesn't make money. Digital sales are not enough money to pay for a band. Bands split up all the time. Most bands can't even get to the point of making an album, and once they do, they split up. Stupid waste of time. That's why I went solo and made my own way to perform by myself. And I'm so thankful for that because I can't break up with myself. So I've eliminated the drama of bands breaking up. That's one of the hardest parts of the industry. And then good luck paying for more than one person to go on tour. I can't even pay for myself, let alone 4 guys. You're never going to make that work. And then you like, yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah, very few original bands. Nothing is original enough that you're valuable to anyone. Like I said, string sponsors are not going to be like, oh man, we got to pay this guy to be our string guy. Like, dude, everyone's going to buy your strings anyways. No one cares. Like, they don't care. The biggest string companies don't care. They're like, everybody's going to buy our crap. Like, we'll give you it for free. That's the sponsor. You get free stuff to use their stuff, but they're not going to pay you because they don't care. They're like, oh, every musician's desperate. We'll just, it's just like what venues do, right? Venues don't pay the band because everybody's so desperate. Like, you guys, I have not been hired to perform anywhere. I have the biggest live stream everywhere. I have 32,000 views tonight. No one has offered me a gig. And you know why? Because no one needs me or anyone. They are getting hundreds of applicants, sending them, please let me play your venue. I'll play for no money. And so if you want money and want to be pro, they're like, we don't need you. We have 1,000 desperate losers who will step in your place. And so music's oversaturated with desperation. And I am proud to be one of the first guys in the history of music to stand on my own, stepping over all those people. No venues, no label. I don't need them right now. I'm not desperate anymore. I'm right here. I made a show by working hard, and I'm standing here saying, why would I need you guys? Why would I need you? I don't need a label right now. I don't need any of that. Here we are. I'm winning right now. A venue, I don't need to go play a venue for exposure. Yeah, right. If you want to pay me money, I'll play there. But they're not offering me stuff because they don't offer anyone stuff. You don't see a venue being like, please come play at my venue, please. Because they have thousands of idiots sending them in. They're going, please let me play at your venue for free. I'll play for free. I'll haul in $10,000 worth of equipment that weighs hundreds of pounds and play for free for 50 people because I'm so desperate. And so they'll put that person in versus someone like me who is crushing it hardcore. And that's fine. If somebody wants to pay me to bring my live stream to their show, dude, imagine if I do this stream somewhere. The exposure I'm bringing, if I bring this stream to a venue, I am making them famous. Isn't that crazy? Think about that. Instead of the other way around, right? Most people go, if I play at this bar, they're going to make me famous somehow by playing in front of the people locally. Maybe, but probably not. Here's the thing, though. I have a stream that reaches 30,000 to 50,000 to over 100,000 people at times. Soccer stadiums, the biggest venues in the world don't fill the amount of people to see me. I could bring that to your bar or your venue and make your bar famous. That's the funny joke now, guys. I'm the first guy that's like, the thing in my pocket will make you famous, not the other way around. Like, you want me. I don't need you. And you should be paying me. And I'm going to be the first guy who's like strong on business because it's like, dude, I'm not going to beg you to have me play and have all these jerks mistreat me. Venue owners have bigger egos than musicians. Venue owners and bookers have bigger egos than bands and musicians. Venue owners have bigger egos than musicians. I'll just yell it over and over again, because you know how many times I've been gatekeeped? The gatekeepers who didn't let me play venues. You know how many places I've applied all over the country? How many hundreds of emails I've sent out? All my stats on the internet are massive, dude. And it's not now. Not with this stream. I've never applied to play anywhere since the stream took off, because I don't care. But before that, I was huge on TikTok and bigger than most musicians and still couldn't get gigs. It's gatekeeping and it's weird. And their egos are so huge on those people that it's like, good. The ego. How do I know people who don't get paid who get endorsed? Because that's the way the industry works. The industry doesn't need those people at all. Like I just said, desperation is rampant. So there is somebody who's way better at guitar than whoever you think you know, who will happily do it for free. So they go, why would we want to pay anyone? We're not going to pay anybody. They don't need that exposure. It's broken. Musicians are not respected. They make no money. They're not going to pay you to use their strings, dude, unless you're the top guy. Maybe I'll get paid, because look at how many people I'd expose them to, like live on the internet. Maybe, but I'm probably not going to get a string sponsor like I want, like we were saying earlier, DR strings. Like I would love to have glow-in-the-dark strings. That'd be great, right? But because they know I would like that, they probably wouldn't pay me, which is sad. Although they should. But if they want to give me free strings, I'll take that probably, because it costs money to use strings. So, but no, those people are never getting paid. And if they tell you they're getting paid, they're lying. They might get provided free strings. And you know how I know also? I had multiple string sponsors when I lived in LA, because I was playing in a band called Spectra and headlining the Whiskey A Go-Go, and I got sponsors, and I was going to NAMM and I got sponsored. I had 6 different sponsors, okay? And you know what it was? It wasn't money. It was free stuff. You use their equipment. That's what you get. Now, the tippy top guys, again, like Buckethead might get paid, but I doubt Buckethead wants money, because that's what I'm saying. You want to use, when you're pro, you have the equipment you want to use. You don't just take money and ruin your sound. Like, dude, I like these strings. These are cool looking. They don't sound the best, but they look cool, so I'm probably going to use them anyways. If somebody offers me money, it's like, well, I want to use these. So unless you're paying me a lot of money, probably not going to happen. And they're not going to pay you a lot of money. Like, you're not going to get hundreds of dollars a week, like on income. No, they endorse you by handing you strings. That's what the endorsement is. And then when they ask you in an interview what kind of strings you use, you tell people. And you say, I use these strings. Ernie Ball gave me the strings. And then they take a picture of you and they put you next to the strings and you go, I use Ernie Ball. And you get free strings. Strings cost hundreds of dollars if you replace them. So you're making money off of that. Guitar picks. I go through guitar picks all the time. So if I did get a guitar pick sponsor, I would no longer have to pay money for picks. That is an exchange. That's an endorsement. That is a good deal in a way. But it's not getting paid. That's awesome. MP Reagan says, I'm going to try to sneak into the arena a day before Tool and camp under the stands and pop out as the crowd enters. I think that's hilarious. That's actually what happened at that concert, though, where I think it was Travis Scott, whatever, the one where all the people died. What happened is a bunch of people snuck in that weren't supposed to be there. And then it got overcrowded with people that weren't supposed to be there. And that's why a lot of people died. So, not that I'm saying it's not funny to stick it to the man or whatever, but yeah, that's part of how people died. because it was overcrowded by people that weren't supposed to be there at all. Catch in Alaska says Sparky SINN, soon to be the richest musician in the world. Are we all going to go camp at the Tool show? If too many of us camp, then they... Dude, we're trying to hide over here. Shh, leave us alone. There's like 20 of you. You're telling everybody your plan, dude. You're going to get busted. The FBI's in the chat. Did you not see that? The FBI was here. They became a member, apparently. Catch in Alaska. Yeah. And I know I'm talking a lot of garbage, guys. I would love to get sponsored by, I'd love to have DR Strings send me free strings. I'd love to have them pay me. Heck yeah, dude. Feel free to pay me to use your equipment. But they know as well as I do that that's not how it works. And it's like guitar companies are not going to pay you to use their guitar. They're going to find somebody that will take their guitar for free. You get what I'm saying? Like, they're not going to be like, oh man, like Dean is not going to pay me to make me a guitar. That's not how it works. I was sponsored by Mud Guitars. I don't know if you've ever heard of that. I was sponsored by them. Like they give you a guitar. That's what they do. And then you use it. So you get a free guitar. That's the money. And it's not that great. But if you think you're going to be like, dude, I'm going to get them to pay me, it's like, dude, you have no stance in this. They're not desperate to hand you free stuff and pay you. They'll just look the other way. Now, if you get a % of your custom-made instrument, that's a different deal. And that's a real deal. That's probably one of the only ways to make money now is to custom design a guitar and get a % of the sales. But you got to make something that makes money, right? That will make you money. That's one of the few ways. But good luck selling a custom guitar in the modern world, because there is so oversaturated with guitars that have already existed that good luck making a guitar so cool that enough people buy it for you to make money. Because a % of sales of how many hundreds of guitars do you think you're going to sell? Do you really think you can sell hundreds of any guitar? I don't think so. Most people want to buy like the same type of guitar over and over again. It's crazy. But if these companies want to pay me, that's fine. Come on, boss. Let's go, Roland. Come on, Roland. Why don't you pay me to use your synthesizer, Roland? Come on, boss and Roland. My favorite company in the world. You want to pay me money to use your stuff? They're going to be laughing in my face. They're like, no, you need my equipment. That's what you use anyways. But maybe they'll give me it for free. But probably not, because they're like, what else? How are you going to do what you do without my stuff? Yeah, a guy that had a contract with Guitar Center. Yeah, I mean, there's like, what would Guitar Center be? What would that even make? That doesn't even make sense. Guitar Center doesn't do anything but provide things from other people. Brought to you by Guitar Center, I don't understand. That doesn't make any sense. Guitar Center doesn't make stuff. You're just saying they were paid to talk about them? Maybe. Maybe they were paid to take their picture on the wall. But the only people who have their picture on the wall at Guitar Center is like ZZ Top and Yngwie Malmsteen and Eddie Van Halen people. They don't take your picture and put you on the wall. They might pay you to do that. But what would Guitar Center pay you for? Like, I only take my guitar to Guitar Center to get fixed. Dude, I wouldn't want that contract. Like, I know there's locations all over, but dude, Your guitar tech comes from Guitar Center? If you're a pro guy on the road and your guitar tech is Guitar Center, what would Guitar Center... I guess are you saying they're going to give you free equipment? But that's weird because Guitar Center provides equipment from every company on earth. So therefore, that'd be an insane thing for them to do. You just go in there and pick out whatever you want. I don't know if I believe you. Again, anyone who says stuff like that, I just wouldn't believe. I wouldn't believe them at all. I have been to NAMM. Anyone here been to NAMM? I have had sponsors. All the sponsors did for me was provide me with free stuff. They took pictures of me. They take pictures of you holding their stuff and hand you free stuff. That's the deal you get. That's all it is nowadays. If you think they're going to pay you money, you think Guitar Center needs to pay you? Why would Guitar Center pay anyone? Like they might pay, again, like ZZ Top. They because I remember they're on the wall, right? You got ZZ Top on the wall. You know, you got Yngwie Malmsteen. They might pay you to get your picture and put your picture on the wall for sure. That's about all they're going to give you money for. Guitar Center doesn't need anyone. They're literally a monopoly. They're the only national company. They're the only national corporation. Guitar Center's musician's friend. They don't need you. That's crazy talk. That's like saying like McDonald's, like, dude, Walmart. Walmart doesn't sponsor you. What? Yes, contracts with manufacturers for sure. That's what you mean? Okay, that's what you meant. Yeah, that'd be awesome. If you made guitars and Guitar Center sold your guitar, that's what you mean. Okay, so a custom guitar being sold in the shop. Totally. That'd be a big deal. That would be awesome. But my guess is that contract only goes as far as if you don't sell them, then you're out. And good luck selling a guitar in Guitar Center when they have like hundreds of them in the walls. That's what I'm saying. Like designing a guitar that somebody would actually buy is crazy hard. All like unique guitar now. Like I have the coolest guitar in the world right here. But like, you know, designing one that you would sell and guarantee is going to work every time. Yeah, right. I would not want that life. No, they don't. Nobody needs anything. They don't need that. Repping Guitar Center doesn't need that. Like Yngwie Malmsteen's on the wall of Guitar Center, but he's not telling people that his Guitar Center does nothing for him. Guaranteed. That would be weird. Imagine Yngwie Malmsteen. Like the only thing they might do is if he's in a pinch, they might give him something like guitar cables or something. That'd be about it, right? It'd be something so low level because his stuff is so good that he's not going to do that. Like those people, like that's like going to Walmart and getting, you know, you're not going to do that. They're not going to pay you money, guys. Michelangelo Badio is the best thing ever. I love him. I studied. I had the speed. I had his Metal Method speed kills. I had the DVDs. I bought his Metal Method DVDs. I love him. That is one of the few like things that I studied before the internet was really a thing. Is Badio. Yeah. Yeah, Green Day is on the wall. Yep, Green Day is a Guitar Center thing. Yep. Yeah, there's a few guys, right? ZZ, and because I've been to Guitar Centers all over the country. Okay, I would go to Guitar Center all the time when I was traveling in the United States because they're a good place to get strings. They're a consistent thing. I'm not blasting Guitar Center as a concept because heck yeah, dude, I'm glad there's a national chain that is consistent. We need them. Believe it or not, I love them a lot, but they have their problems, right? I love them a lot. I have spent thousands and thousands there. You know, they provide you, if you're traveling around, it's amazing to have, like, you know, they will have Elixir strings. They will have DR strings. They'll have the things you need, the picks that you want, the things that you want. So it's great. They change the world with that. By consistently providing the products you want, they are amazing. That's also why they don't need any help, because they know what they have. So they don't care. But yeah, the guys from ZZ Top are on the wall. Yngwie Malmsteen's on the wall. Green Day's on the wall. I think Bruce Springsteen's on the wall. There's certain players that are all on the wall that they paid money to be on the wall, on the front display and on the walls. That's about it. And they maybe, if they desperately need something like strings or cables, they might go there. But they're amplifiers. It's not like they need, oh yeah, I'm sure their PA system came from Guitar Center. No. They have the world's biggest and best PA system. They don't go to Guitar Center. You know, they have the world's biggest and best mixer. They can't even get that at Guitar Center. You know, none of that stuff is practical. Their giant cabling system that they'd use would not even be provided. Like, there's nothing at Guitar Center that would work on a giant arena. Yeah, basically the one thing you learn from Badio is that you're never that good. And I'm not even going to lie. It's actually a great thing to do, guys, is you should study people that are so good at the thing that make you look dumb. But then if you can get a fraction of their skill, you'll be better than most people. And that's what I learned. Is like, I can speed pick, you know, as fast as anybody. But the thing is, like, Badio is ambidextrous and can play with both hands. No one can do that. Still, nobody can do what he does. He shreds better with his left hand than most people on their right. And he does it with both guitars. Nobody's doing that technique still. He's better with both hands than everybody and is better at everything than everybody. Badio is the greatest as far as technical ability that's ever lived. And he's ambidextrous and can play with both hands and, yeah, period. That's what you learn, though, is you study people like Buckethead and Yngwie Malmsteen, John 5, and Badio to set the bar insanely high. You will probably never do that stuff. It's pretty much impossible. Like, but the thing is, if you need to know they exist, people like Paul Gilbert, right? You watch them and you try to be like them because normal human beings don't know who any of those people are. You go in a normal room, they don't know any of those people. They don't know who Yngwie Malmsteen is or Badio. The thing is, you do, and you know what's possible. So if you try to attempt to be them, you then fall really far short. But what you did is still way better than most. It's like if you try to be like Michael Jordan, you're probably still going to be better. You're still going to be better than most people at basketball. You're still going to be professional. You're just not going to be Michael Jordan ever, right? They all watch Michael Jordan. Everybody that plays now wanted to be Michael Jordan. They're not Michael Jordan, but they're the pros, right? That's what you do. Like, I want to be Eddie Van Halen. I'm never going to be Eddie Van Halen, but I fell short good enough to be better than most people that do the thing. So what you do is it's knowing the best that actually exist so that, you know, so that you're better than what most people are. Because again, like, most people's knowledge of like guitar and stuff is not deep at all. Average guy does not know who Badio is. They don't know who Malmsteen is. They don't know who John 5 is. But people who know guitar do. And that's a very small amount of people that actually know about guitar that far. So you study them because it's like, you know what the masters are doing. And then you know. Yeah. Yeah. You watch the gods to become a disciple. You just watch them, study them closely, watch Malmsteen. You listen to Malmsteen all day and watch Malmsteen all the time just to know what's possible. It's like you watch the best ever to know what's possible. It humbles you all the time. Like you're aware that you're not the best, and it will set your bar so high that you'll always try to be that and fail. You'll just keep trying to be that and fail and always know where the bar is, that Badio is always better than you and Ballenstein is always better than you. And you never stop watching them and trying to be them because you're going to fail, but you know that's the bar. And that's what you're going for all the time. Never achieving it, but you will always be doing better than most if you're trying to be them. You know what I mean? Like you're going to be beating everybody. Because again, most people suck at stuff. So like, and nobody knows who they are. So if you study them, you're beating most people. You know? That's why they don't get like my shred techniques. Obviously my over under. When you talk about what did I learn from Badio, it's this. Right? The over under. He's the master of over under. I remember watching him do No Boundaries, right? The greatest guitar solo ever. No Boundaries. And when he goes over under, and it's the most fast thing you've ever seen, right? And this, and the thing is, this guitar is not built for shredding at all. That's the problem, guys. You guys don't realize is I can go way faster than I ever do during any of these shows. I don't use guitars that are fast. Both these acrylic guitars are terribly slow guitars. I go fast for how slow they're built. You guys don't understand. Like I have 2 Jackson Randy Rhoads Pros, and I have a Jackson Dinky Pro Green Slime Swirl limited edition that is the fastest guitar ever. Like it is the fastest, man. The action on it's insane. But I don't use them because it doesn't look good on the stream and I can't shut the lights off. So yeah, my playing is limited by the guitars I'm using. If I used my best guitars, you could actually see how good I am. You can go look up videos of me being good. I have videos using those on here. Go watch me playing my flying V's and stuff. My other flying V's. Like this guitar is not fast and it can't be set up fast, unfortunately, the way it is. So, and neither can the other one. They're not fast guitars. It's too bad. So my, like, you know, going ascending strings and stuff, I'm way faster at it than these guitars allow for. But like, we just can't really do it because it's not, like, the action's not that good. You know. Yep. Yeah, like skating. Andy Anderson watching Mullen. No look at what Andy can do now. Now look. Yeah, and here's the thing, guys. Rodney Mullen is still way better than anyone that ever lived. Rodney Mullen and Michelangelo Badio are these two people that took what they did all the way to the top, and no one has ever touched them. No one touches Rodney Mullen, dude. Literally no one touches him. Like, no one's ever even come close. He invented all of the skateboard tricks and did them better than everyone. And when you go look at people now, they still can't do all the tricks he does the way he did them. Like, you watch Best of Rodney Mullen, he's the best ever. It's not even close. And Badio is the same way, dude. Rodney Mullen and Badio, basically at the same time era, were these super savants that took the instrument or what they were doing all the way, and no one's touched it since. Like I said, Badio and his two neck guitars, no one's doing that and can't do that back and forth the way he did that in the 80s. And same with Rodney Mullen. Rodney Mullen, what he was doing on a skateboard on land has never been touched. Like that, it's insane that he invented all those tricks and then is still not been touched. It's insane. Like, if you don't know what I'm talking about, go look up Rodney Mullen, dude, and go look up Badio. Like, Rodney Mullen, his handstands on the skateboard, and when he lands on the trucks on the side, like that stuff's insane. No one even touched it. They still don't. It's really weird that there were these savants that invented everything and then went all the way up and then nobody could go anywhere. And they're pretty forgotten. Like, a normal person doesn't know who Rodney Mullen is either, dude. That's what I'm saying. The bests in the world are not known. Isn't that surprising? That's what surprises me, is people like Rodney Mullen and Michelangelo Badio are no question better than everyone. Like, when you put them right beside each other, like when you put them beside you, they can do whatever you do. You can't do what they do. Like, Badio can play anything you play. You're not going to outplay Michelangelo Badio. He can play everything you play. You can't do everything he can. Okay? And the same thing with Rodney Mullen. Now, again, not now maybe, but you know what I mean. Rodney Mullen did everything. You can't do everything he does. He can do everything you do. No problem. Like, and that's crazy, right? That happened, but that's really what it was. Really insane with that. Rodney Mullen and no one knows their names. That's the thing I'm saying. Unless you're into the thing, like, unless you like skateboarding, you don't know who Rodney Mullen is. That's what's crazy. But they all know who Tony Hawk is. And nobody knows who Michelangelo Badio is unless you play guitar. And not even guitar players know, like shredders know, right? Shredders know who he is. And shredders know who, that's the common thread, right? Shredders know who Badio is, and shredders know who Rodney Mullen is. But other than that, they don't know. So it's like lesser people, like Eddie Van Halen could never do what Badio does. Eddie Van Halen could never do what Badio does. Not even close. Not even close. Okay? And Badio can do everything Eddie's ever done. Easy. But here's the thing, guys. Everyone remembers Eddie because of his impact and his style. And same with skateboarding. Like, I don't know. It's not that you're the best ever, man. And that is something I talk about a lot on here, right? It's not streaming and winning at music and streaming is not about being the best of any of that stuff. It's not. And I don't know why that is, but they're known to the technical people that know those people. And I'm not sure why the masters get overlooked, but yeah, I'm going to go to bed too, man. Thank you, man. Osh and Jug. I'm not religious, but you're doing God's work. Keep listening to the muses, bro. And yes, your two examples are legit. Yeah. Rodney Mullen and Michelangelo Badio are two of the same. I don't know if they've ever met each other. I wonder if they've ever hung out. Those two people were doing the same kind of stuff at the same time. Like the late 80s. They were both gods on a level no one is even close to. I don't know if they ever sat in the same room, but like two innovators. Andy might be touching Mullen's level, but that's the thing. All you're doing is copying. Like, there are people that copy Badio and maybe are getting there, but it's like it's been done, so who cares? Eddie was sloppy because he was drunk, probably, bro. Eddie had a drinking problem, but Eddie's style and Eddie's songs Eddie is the best, man. Eddie's my favorite probably of all time, honestly, because of his innovative, cool sounds and licks. And even Badio gives Eddie like the nod, right? Badio learns Eddie songs all the time because it's awesome. It's awesome sounding. It sounds awesome. And if it sounds awesome, that's what it's all about. Yes, Yngwie Malmsteen is better than Eddie Van Halen, ultimately, right? But no one cares. I love it. I love Malmsteen's playing, though. But most people don't care. They'd rather listen to Eddie Van Halen in Panama, bro. Because riffing is about good riffs, bro. And Eddie's riffs are the best riffs. Eddie has the best riffs. Period, right? Dimebag's riffs are pretty epic too, and so are Randy Rhoads. Dimebag, Randy Rhoads, and Eddie are probably the best riffs in the world, though, right? Eddie's the best riffs. Best guitar riffs of all time, Eddie Van Halen. No question in my mind. I mean, we could go to town, right? Like, somebody get me a doctor. That riff, dude, the best riff ever. Mean Streets, best riff ever. Obviously, then there's the surface level stuff that everybody knows, right? Like Unchained and Hot for Teacher and, you know, Ain't Talking About Love. And it's endless. The greatest riffs of all time are written by Eddie Van Halen. And no one's even close in my mind. Randy Rhoads wrote some great ones, but Eddie Van Halen's the best riff master. It's not even, and you know, and his Eruption and stuff's all good, but dude, his riffs, man, it's the best riffs, dude. Nitro, yep. And most people have never heard of Nitro or Badio, and it's very sad. And he's a really humble, good guy. And I really wonder if he's wearing a wig. I just want to meet him and try to pull his hair off. And if he is, that's fine. That's actually just fine. I don't care. I don't think it is, though. I think he's a real guy. I don't really know. I don't care either way. You can meet Badio. He does classes all the time. I almost went to one, but I'm too intimidated. Like, I don't want to go there and just have him see how much worse I am than him. I'm definitely like, where nobody's as good as him. You're just like, yep. You can watch all the instructional videos. His metal method is the full instructional video. He says it himself. It is the overall encompassing thing he's ever made, and he'll never make a better thing. So if you want to learn how he does what he does, that's what it is. But it just teaches you arpeggios and stuff that's real advanced. And it doesn't matter if you get taught it. There's just a limit to some people's skill. You are not going to do, some people just can't do it. And not that you shouldn't try. That's the point. You should try and fail. And then if you fail, you'll probably still be great. Yep. Great riffs, great rhythm player, great albums, and he was an innovator. And he had fun while playing, and you could see the fun in his face. And just his riffs, bro. The riffs are the best. All of his intro riffs to every song ever, dude, is just so fat and awesome. Like, you know Eddie, and no, here's the other thing. This is probably the most important thing. The most important thing, you know it's Eddie Van Halen when you hear it. Like no one in the history of music ever. You can pick Eddie Van Halen out from 1,000 guitar players. Everyone, even people that try to be him, you can pick him out. He's the most unique sound ever. It's crazy how unique he is. Like, you go, oh, that's Eddie. Like, you know it's Eddie. You know it's Eddie. It's not even funny. It's crazy. And people try to pretend to be him, and it's just not even close ever. Best riffs, best songs, best vibe, best everything. And I love John 5 too, by the way. John 5 is probably my next guy. I've studied Badio a lot more than all those people, but like, I love John 5's style. John 5 is probably the closest to me of anything. And I mean, I'm not saying I shred like him, but you get what I mean, like our style. I love Rob Zombie, and we got the same style, and his music. I literally listened to every single one of his solo works. I went through his entire catalog at one point, which is a lot of songs. It's like 500 songs or something. It's crazy. And I listened to all of them. And then I actually saved them in a playlist that's not public. I thought about making it public. I made a playlist of every one of my favorite John 5 shred songs because I wanted to listen to all of them, and because his style is it. And he really is my favorite. He's got the most style, dude. Like John 5's like, because he mixes like electronic beats with shredding in the best way ever. Best way ever. And yeah, Buckethead's great, right? But I don't like Buckethead's style as much as John 5. But Buckethead is something else entirely. No one's Buckethead ever. Good luck. Everybody pretends to be Buckethead, but it's just dumb. Yeah, Badio is actually a great teacher. Yeah, he wouldn't mock you, but you just feel embarrassing. It's like, yeah, he wouldn't mock you, but why even try? John 5 is the best, dude. He really is the best. He's the best living guy, if you ask me. Badio is obviously the most masterful technically, but John 5 is the most listenable to me. I listen to all of his albums. Like I said, his innovative style, dude, he's very innovative. John 5 has the most depth of anyone, probably. I'll say it again. John 5 has the most depth. Like, all of the players can play all the stuff, right? But John 5 is amazing at country music and flamenco and at shredding metal and doing all the styles back and forth. More than everybody, dude. Like, Buckethead's really good at it too, but John 5 is a master of all the things. Yeah, D by Randy Rhoads is just amazing, dude. I agree, yeah. There you go, Ash and Jug. Meh, you're more epic than most. When I teach / play with others, I prefer those who have passion and sucks than who are good and a bad person. Yeah, I agree. No, I know. I hate those people. I don't want to be around them, dude. Most musicians in the music industry like are so snobby and obnoxious. Like, dude, if you meet a person who went to music school, I pretty much can't even be around it. Because I'm self-taught and I know the notes on guitar and piano and I know the scales I'm playing, but I am not about to be like, the way you hold the pick and the way you do. And maybe you're technically right, but also, man, nothing is technically right. You realize that, like, this is all made up garbage, and they forget that. Is that everybody was innovating their own thing, and then you'll go see some person who has 2 fingers and 1 guitar string and does stuff that sounds better than that person who took 10 years of school, because the person who took 10 years of school has been brainwashed into like they're learning theory that was made up by someone else. You're studying it too closely and forgetting what's going on entirely. Those people have lost their minds. If you paid a bunch of money for a music degree and are so obsessed with it, you forgot what art is. And yeah, I am very innovative and artistic, man. And I stray way off the path. And that's what Eddie did too. If you follow the rules too close, you're not going to innovate anything. And the ego of people who are like, well, technically, like you C sharp sus, no, 9, just overly complicated. Overly complicated does not mean good at all. It actually doesn't. It usually means bad. I'm not going to lie. Overly complicated usually sounds bad. More people would rather hear a hip hop garbage song than a complicated classical piece that is so complicated and in a weird time signature. 4/4 will beat out any weird time signature in everybody's mind other than somebody who is looking to be complicated. I'll take a dance music song over something like it's just crazy. Randy would have been the best if he didn't die. Probably, yeah. I mean, D is the best thing ever, dude. Randy Rhoads D. Yeah, he jammed for 80% of his set. That's cool. I'm glad you think I'm more epic than most. Yeah, I'm epic because when I'm willing to unhinge. I know music theory and chords and stuff, but then I'm also like, who cares about that punk rock? I'll freaking fart into the microphone and loop it, bro. Music is not like that stuff. The people who had to learn from other people and that's all they do, you didn't invent anything. You're learning what was already invented, and yes, you can take from that, but you're not making anything yourself. Like, that's crazy to me. You're inside of a box and you're dumb and you're the worst. Like, a lot of people think I'm just like a gimmicky idiot, I'm sure. But dude, I'll make a hook and I'll entertain people way better than those people. So I'm done with the rant. This is no longer a music show. I'm exhausted. I was exhausted a while ago. It's so bad for my shoulder. I should have just taken the guitar off. Haven't even been playing it for a while. We're not getting any views anyways. No one's watching this because I'm talking too much. Hi, Rainbow Obsidian. All right, guys, we're going to go. 33,000 views. Teach that to somebody. Go teach that to somebody. All these people that are angry at me because they spent their whole life studying music and didn't learn how to entertain. They can't teach you how to entertain, but I'm sure they'll let you pay them for it. Should I teach classes? Should I have people pay me to teach them how to be a good live streamer of music? That would be stupid, right? I don't think you can learn what I have. I can give you tips. Yeah, I guess I could have you pay me and make money off of that. Maybe that's one way to make money off music. The only way to make money off music is to teach others. Probably. But isn't that funny, right? Is I'm doing something super unique and innovative of doing numbers, big numbers, streaming music, and some guy's probably teaching music streaming 101 at a school, and he's never had a single person watch him. And I'm sitting here like a crazy person, winning like crazy. So, you know. Number one show, Kev Dog. CJ's in the house. My mom's doing okay. Thank you for asking. Yeah, she's doing all right. She's in good spirits. She's, hanging in there. Hopefully she'll stick around for a few more years, right? Like the doctors say she's not supposed to be even alive right now. So it's all just a blessing, I guess, even though I'm not a religious person, but it's overall lucky. But I mean, honestly, man, she's got to stick around for a few more years, man, because this show is going to get huge. And I want her to see me get 100,000 subs. And this show's not going to take off until we're really going to be in it in a couple of years from now. So I just want her to see that. So I hope that happens. Now, it'd be nice if this place blew up right now, right? So that we could just do that right now. But maybe even blowing up wouldn't be humble enough. All these people I see that get famous so fast, they're not. I'm earning my way to the top. They people that just think it's easy to stream or get famous right away. I love my mom. She's the best. Good job, CJ. Love you, buddy. Thanks for always being here, guys. Yeah. I believe that my mom will stick around. She knows it. She's got to be here, man. She's got to see me succeed. And really, hopefully I'll finally make some real money that I could be a rock star or pretend to be a rock star in a world where you can't be a rock star anymore. It'd be really cool, wouldn't it? Buy a Corvette or a Lamborghini in a world where musicians can't do that anymore. I wish. Love you, Mom. My mom's got to stick around to see me succeed. And if anything, man, I have succeeded already. Like, this is a lot more success than anybody thought I was going to have, man. But I'm not even close. I want to get 1,000,000 billion of everything. Not at all, dude. I studied music theory. I know the notes. Learn the major and minor scales. You have to on piano and guitar for sure. No, study the chords in guitar. You need to know that. You can't do what I do without knowing the chords on piano and guitar back and forth. Like, my conversion is because I learned that. You have to learn that. You have to learn the notes on guitar and piano. And if you don't, I would say you don't know what you're doing. And I didn't know what I was doing until I was about 18 years old. So I played guitar for about 5 or 6 years before even knowing the notes or chord names. I was just tabs and ear, and then realized that if you want to know what you're doing and really matter, you have to learn the notes. So study that. No, it's all very relative. It's all I'm doing. I'm not acting like I don't come right from theory. But then there's the world where I get real electronic and just go hip hop garbage, right? And that's where the art comes in. But no, you have to know that stuff. It's very important. You should know it. You have to, learn the major and minor scales, and then that's how you unlock the world. Teach yourself it, though. But if you can get a teacher, that's probably going to help you. I didn't have one. And by not having one, I was able to teach myself how to learn. And the most important thing is learning how to learn. If you can teach yourself things, I'm a very self-taught person. I taught myself computer programming, how to program. I learned how to program enough to get hired by the local amusement park to program the underground in Adventureland. I taught myself that. So if you can teach yourself how to learn, and not everybody can do that. Not everybody can teach themselves skills. And I don't know how to teach you that, but if you can learn on your own, love you, Curtis Chifo. Leg Breaker says, you're making a different kind of impact. I can tell you that right now. You are a rock star, brother. You're going to make a difference in 1 million people's lives. That's more than any car or any material item could do. Thank you. Yeah. Kirk Burning says, dude, you already are a rock star with everything you've done. Yeah, maybe. I kind of feel like it. I never felt like a rock star until recently. I never thought that it could be possible, right? And recently I've started to feel that way. And yes, cars and money don't make you feel that way, but I will be honest, guys. Wouldn't it be cool if I got a Corvette and put it on the stream and was driving a Corvette during these streams and could show it off and look like a rock star? Because the rock star dream is like Lamborghinis and bikinis, hot chicks and all that stuff, but you can't do all that without money. And I always wanted that, and I still wish I could do that. It'd be fun, wouldn't it? I'd love to get a new Corvette. I love the new Corvettes. And, they're like $80,000, which is insanely expensive, but it's not. It's not unrealistic, but, I got to make way more money than I am right now. But I think it's like, that's a dream. I'd love to be able to, I wanted to pick the rock star thing to the internet on the streams, guys. That's what it is. And I think I could justify having a cool car so that I could do streams with it, right? How cool would it be to look rock star and have a rock star car like the 80s metal rock stars used to in a world where you can't be one? That's what I'm saying, guys. Yeah, doing burnouts outside the mall. Do it, dude. We show up, drive the Corvette to the stream, or do those in real life streams, right? My in real life streams, I pull up in a Corvette and bring my acoustic guitar and then play with my Corvette in the background. Heck yeah, dude. I'd love to do that, but we need way more money than I make now. Maybe there's a world, man. Legbreaker says, it really comes to me like, how does it impact you? How does it impact your soul? And you do that You got it. I don't know. I'm glad to influence. The only thing I'm really feeling these days is I'm starting to feel like I can influence. That is really exciting. That does give me the rock star power because I've realized I have a microphone and I can say things that are huge. And like now, like I have enough subs and stuff where like most people on earth don't have these many subs on YouTube. I'm in the top 5% of YouTube, which what that means is like, you know, you can influence the world a little bit in my own little way. And I'd like to be bigger with that. That's the most powerful thing. That's better than money. It's like what you said. That's better than money or possessions, dude. I would take that over anything. I'm not even lying. That's why I say it all the time. And it's power, right? Which makes you sound gross, but the power, this is power. And that's better than money. That's better, right? I'd rather have that. And that's what I want, man, is like to get to a point where like if I went on and I say something like that's kind of how it is and the world just, that'd be awesome, right? And not in an evil way, just in a way that's like, you know, like, oh, you have a product? I can mention it and boom, I changed somebody's life. Wouldn't that be awesome? Like, oh, go buy Kirk Burning. Go to kirksburnings.com. And people do. And we change Kirk's life too. Kirk Burning's life, right? Like, that'd be awesome. That's what I want to be able to do. I want to be able to be like, look, this person needs help. Go help them. And then it works. That, to me, is the most powerful thing ever. And then money can sort of help do that, but it doesn't do YouTube like this, right? So, influence is the most powerful. Yeah, I had 100,000 people see me in one night. I know, right? All right, guys, I gotta go. I'm exhausted. I should have left a while ago. You can donate money on here. Get a GoFundMe to buy a Corvette. That'd be weird, but wouldn't that be self-indulgent? Do you think if that worked, I'd have a lot of people hate me? Probably. That'd be fun though, wouldn't it? Like try to raise money for a Corvette. It's such a stupid thing though. Like I don't have enough money to afford a house. Like I don't own a house, dude. But then here's the thing I've talked about is the Lamborghini Corvette mentality. If I get a cool car, I can show it on the stream and people will believe I'm a rock star, right? And then in real life, when you show up in a cool car, you can influence the world. Everybody goes, whoa, and that'll get you more money. That's been my thought about it. My mom says it's the dumbest thing in the world. And I'm like, dude, if I get a Corvette, the idea, like your Corvette will make you look so cool and you're driving it will give you the mentality of how awesome you are, right? The rock star mentality, which then will lead you to getting all the other things. That's my point is you show up in a vehicle, right? But if you show up in the coolest vehicle, every time you're already like mentally prepared to take over. It's like dominating everyone in the room. You show up ready to dominate. You're like, dude, I showed up in an awesome car. I am awesome. And I think it translates. That's why I think a cool car matters. That's the only reason, is that I think it influences others in every way, including yourself. It's the mentality of a cool car. Yeah, I'm selling image. I'm on the internet. That's part of it. I am selling the rockstar idea. Stevie T bought a McLaren. Really? Wow. McLarens are $1 million usually. Yeah, and you're a rock star, dude. And that's the thing. The rock star thing barely exists in the world. But if you can do it, like do it, you know? Like I want to do it. And even if I almost thought about just going in debt with the idea of maybe I'll make money off of having the car, right? If I go around playing guitar with a cool car, it'll make me money on YouTube because YouTube loves cool cars, right? If I got clips of me with a cool car, it would make me money eventually, I feel like, right? There's something to that. It's got to work, right? That's part of it, I think. I've thought about taking on the debt of doing it without the money. And again, I don't even have a house. I don't own a house. So it'd be going the wrong direction to spend $80,000 on a Corvette. Then again, I think that the Corvette could lead me to all the things to get me a house. No, I like the new Corvettes. Anything 2021 and up, all the new Corvettes, dude, are the best car ever. Now, I talk about a Lamborghini, but a Lamborghini's out of reach right now, and it's ridiculous, and it's not a reasonable thing. But a Corvette's reasonable. Like, you could get a Corvette. A newish Corvette is $80,000. Money for nothing, chicks for free. Does that come once you have made it to the top? Yeah, and that's right. Like, if I have a cool car, I can get a cool chick for sure, right? And then we put cool chicks in the car. Like, I feel like it all goes together. But if you don't have a house, it's pretty dumb, right? Pimp my Winnebago. Yeah, nah. All right, guys. Well, yeah. Here, I'll show you this picture. I got to get out of here. I'm exhausted. I actually saw my dream, right? Like, I try to manifest it, dude. I really want a new Corvette. I totally want to do that because I think it'll change my mindset and make me feel rock star and then allow me to create things that are rock star. But look at this. I saw my dream right here, guys. Look at this. This was in the parking lot. And I sent it to Catch in Alaska, a brand new, this yellow Corvette, right? And then right when I sent it to Catch in Alaska, I was like, dude, I want a new Corvette. I sent him this picture. Look at how awesome this is, dude. You telling me this is not the coolest thing ever? Right? That is insane, right? It's a CR8 or C8R. Okay? And then I sent this picture. I sent these pictures. Like that. I want that exact one, right? Like, that's insane. Okay. And I sent that to Catch in Alaska. And I was like, dude, I want one of the new Corvettes, like a 2021 or up. And then what happened, man? Look at this. What happened right after I sent this to him? This happened. A second one pulled up right beside it, right after I sent him that. And I took that as a sign. I was like, dude, I want one. It's like manifesting. Dude, a second one of these, both of these. Look at this, dude. I was like, no way. Those are both two rare, awesome ones, too. They're not like regular, boring ones either. So there's just like a white one and a yellow one. Isn't that the coolest, man? I was like, dude, this is so crazy. Insane. It's the best thing ever, dude. I honestly think like the new Corvettes are the coolest car ever. Like, coolest American car ever. Ever, dude. I'm not even joking. They look like supercars. And I want one, and I don't think they're too out of line. Isn't that crazy, though? I sent the yellow one to Catch in Alaska. That's the one I like. And then right after that, I look up, and that white one pulled up, and I was like, man, that seems like a sign, doesn't it? It feels like a sign. And then I'm like, dude, I'm manifesting. But yeah, those are both the coolest car ever, and like, I want it, dude. Wouldn't that be awesome? The yellow one especially, like, man. Insane. Super wicked, guys. Manifest it, right? Maybe we'll get a Corvette. Maybe. But I'd need a lot more money. I don't have that much money, so. Then again, I thought about taking on debt with the goal of making the money. Because I have okay credit. I could probably do it, but I don't have any money right now. I don't even have a house. But if I made enough videos with it, would it justify it? All right. I don't know. Insane. Corvettes are insane. Love it. All right, guys. Living the dream. I'm going to go. Did we finish the story? I don't think we did. We died from the story, I think. All right. Well, the orbs swirl around and take our souls. 26% say there was 223 votes. 27% say we turn into soulless zombies. 36% say we are possessed by demons. Wow, that's a really close poll, actually. And 37% say we die. 36% say we're possessed by demons, and 37% say we die. Very close poll. Hurry up and vote for the last of you that are here. We got 407 thumbs up, 34,000 views. How many subs did we end up with? Okay, so we got about 200 and a little more than 250, about 280, 270 tonight. All right, it went back and forth. Look at that, 36%, 224 votes. I'm going to end it right there. 36 to 37. That's crazy. 224 votes. The orbs take our souls. 27% say we turn into soulless zombies. 36% say we're possessed by demons. And 37% say we die. So the orbs swirl around us, suck out our souls, and our empty vessels fall to the ground, dead. The orbs swirl away and fly off. What a weird phenomenon that was. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Love you all.